on, there is a level 1 out of 5 risk for the Northeast. That does include Columbus, Ohio. You also have Pittsburgh and a few other areas in that, and a current weather watch that's in effect for the southern states. That includes Birmingham, Atlanta, and the little slight risk that was just upgraded to have Montgomery and Columbus, Georgia, included with that there. So that's kind of the main areas that we're going to be focusing on and honing in on for today. We can pull up the tornado risk. It's not as high as the last one that we were tracking, but it is a 15% significant chance of significant tornadoes. Those are your EF2 plus stronger type tornadoes that can come for today. It's really going to be forced off of the dry line. So this is going to be the main region that we're watching, but even if you're in Kansas, so kind of near the I-70 corridor for most of it into Kansas City, that's a level 10 out of 60 risk. And then you also have your level 5 risk, which is not as significant, but that one does go down into the DFW Metroplex, into Abilene, and those areas. So few regions to watch with that. That's the only tornado risk for today, right about here. And these other areas that we mentioned a bit ago are just going to have some wind and hail impacts. And speaking of wind, what's going to happen is your tornado threat's going to be focused to about this corridor here. Okay, we've been talking about it for a little while now. That's the area that we're watching for tornadoes, but we will have some sort of squall line that develops and pushes into the Wichita area. I know probably almost a week ago now, we had a almost derecho that pushed on through that brought some very strong winds. We're talking about the same thing today, maybe the same severity, but that's going to include Wichita and kind of south of Kansas City areas. But even outside of that, as it's pushing through Wichita into Springfield, you're in a level 30 percent there, and that's that little level 45 in the pink shading there. And kind of across the board, you have some 5% and 15%, and on top of all of that, your hail risk for today is also significant because if the environment really can't produce a lot of strong tornadoes, you're going to get a lot of large hail, which is your possibly 4-inch plus stones, which can really do some damage. And that's going to include the DFW Metroplex into Wichita Falls, I-44
Mm,
corridor into the I-40 corridor that takes it all the way into Wichita with a level 45% hatched risk of significant hail. So that's what we're talking about for that part. At the moment, what do we currently have? And there's a whole lot of nothing, but that will change very soon. I want to start off with the current storms that we have. There is a weather watch in effect. That is a severe thunderstorm watch. You're going to keep it until 7 p.m. Mainly some hail up to maybe 2 inches you can't entirely rule out, and some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is yielding a few severe thunderstorm warnings. That was a new one for Pennsylvania there that we will get up to.
mm-hmm.
But it's not really doing a whole lot at the moment. You can see a few areas would be kind of south of the I-16 corridor. So heads up if you're in Hazelhurst or those regions, you could get some significant weather pushing on through. But up into kind of the PA area, we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings near the Pittsburgh metro area that we're watching. So Butler into I-79, I-67, or 76 rather. I would keep a very close eye on that as these could go severe pretty fast, but mainly we're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds and hell up to about an inch in diameter with that. But into our actual moderate risk area, you can see a little bit of convection has started to fire, and to kind of get your bearings straight with our risk outlook, there's not a lot over Oklahoma City, or mainly all of Oklahoma, but that will change very soon as we will get into. But you can see near Abilene, maybe south of I-20, we're starting to get something going there. The main threat with that would be some hail, but I think we're more concerned about anything that can kind of fire off of this dual dry line into Oklahoma and possibly produce those severe hazards that we were just talking about there. So let's see what else we can look at. Uh, I want to go over some models, and again, we will take questions here in a second if there's any of those. But I want to get our future radar out, and I want to start by prefacing that these models haven't gone all too well, which is something to note a little bit, but we're going to still show them as a kind of, if this were to happen, what could it look like? It's not going to play out exactly like this, but it gives us a pretty good idea of what we can expect. So let's go ahead and turn that off, and let's use reflectivity. So we go on throughout time. This is all in central time at the top here. That's the model time with this, and you can see as we push on through here, few isolated supercells going on near Wichita. So near Pratt, along the Wichita area, few discretes we need to watch for kind of tornado potential. But not just that, we have to watch these cells towards the south that could also have the threat for significant to violent tornadoes. That is definitely a factor that we have to watch today. And really along the I-44 corridor up to about maybe I-35 as well. Again, this model has been flip-flopping a lot, so you could easily have cells up all the way towards Enid, all the way to OKC, even down towards the Wichita Falls area. It's just very hard to pinpoint an area. So if you're in this region and this radar isn't showing you in anything, just understand that it's not doing all too well, and the coverage can be more widespread than it is trying to show here. So that is something to note. These cells continue through the afternoon hours. I think this was the 45 sig we were talking about. This is all going to congeal into a squall line or a mesocell convective system, and thus possibly cause some issues there. And even those little supercells we gotta watch as they push into the Arkansas area by about 2 a.m. or so. I think the threat's going to start to die down and push more towards a wind threat as you enter the Missouri area into tomorrow's risk. So it's really all we have at the current moment, but I know a lot of people, we always get questions, kind of where to go during a tornado. So if someone wants to, we can go ahead and bring up some of those tornado safety guidance as we still have a decent amount of time for people to prepare.
Yeah, well, I just want to make a quick introduction here as people are joining in. You were just hearing from Mason. I'm Packy, as you can see on screen, and we also have Jacob here that are helping out with this stream and giving you all the vital information.
Hmm.
So, to start on where you need to go, um, you want to get down to the lowest floor of your house if you are in a tornado warning. You want to, if you have a basement, get into that basement. But if you have a no basement, you got to get into the lowest floor, most interior room, away from windows. Bring an emergency supply kit to wherever you go so that if a tornado comes over your location and you're trapped, you have a way to, stay alive and stay comfortable. And you want to get away from exterior rooms. That's going to help you survive and stay in good stay alive from these tornadoes if they happen to come over your location. Another thing that I think is very important is you need to bring a whistle with you and you need to bring closed-toed shoes with you because uh, if you're trapped under debris, your voice is not going to carry very far and you're not going to be able to scream for help for that long. But if you have a whistle with you, that'll enable you to, use that whistle for a longer period of time and it's going to be louder so that people, EMS, whoever's coming to help out, is going to be able to hear where you are, uh, and and that's going to, I mean, exponentially increase your chance of survival if you're trapped.
Definitely. Uh, So that's kind of the overview. And of course, if you are in a mobile home today, throughout these regions, you need to have your plan in place. And, Oklahoma, you guys aren't any strangers to tornadoes, but having that plan in place, what to do when we do have a tornado watch, I want to preface that there's no watches in effect at the moment if we take our radar source back. There's really no watches or warnings in effect, but when that time comes, you're gonna need to take your safety precautions. I will say over the last little bit here, we have had a little bit of convective initiation, kind of near the North Texas region. I really don't think that this is gonna do all too much at the moment, besides really giving you a hail threat until our best environment really gets here, which it's not at the moment. And
No,
I want to pull up
but
the moisture return that we have,
yeah.
and you can see that we're really starting to ramp up. One of the forecast uncertainties that we were kind of bringing up in the coming days to this was, will we get that moisture in time as that front crashed on through? And it's actually starting to lift now as your surface low gets stronger. So you can kind of think of it as, if I turn that on, this really is a lot of spinning motion. So what it's going to do is it's going to try to lift all that moisture up, and that's going to help with your tornado threat because our temperatures are very high. Your dew points also need to be high, and if that doesn't happen, like for example in western Oklahoma, I think you're really talking about more of a significant hail threat. But again, this will all
Hmm.
change with time. We still have a few hours for this to change, and new SPC outlook should be in very soon. And even if
About
we do get
less than an
that
hour.
risk upgrade, I don't really think it's gonna make a big difference.
For those
No.
just joining the stream, please be sure to share and like so that we can get this out there and everyone who needs this information, who lives in Oklahoma and Kansas and Texas here, uh, know that there's storms coming their way and can get into their safe spot if they need to and are weather aware today because this is a day you don't want to mess with. You don't want to be out doing typical daytime Saturday Memorial Day weekend activities actually.
Hmm.
And a lot of people out here, while it is common, it's a lot of people are not aware about what's going on. So the more people we can reach, the more people that you can indirectly help stay safe. And that's just the best thing that we can do over here.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Um, I do want to say a couple things real quick. To the one person in chat that did ask, is the threat mainly for Oklahoma, or will this include in Nebraska too? Nebraska is in a small 2%, but it's nothing to worry about. The main risk today will be the northern Texas and Oklahoma area and Kansas as well. And to go back onto those storms developing in Texas, we do now have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Blackwell storm in Texas. This will have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to half-dollar size hail. And SPC, they released a mesoscale discussion not too long ago for a watch likely in that area where those storms are starting to fire. As they said in the mesoscale discussion, isolated supercells producing large hail and perhaps a couple tornadoes down the line. So we'll make sure to watch that as well because that'll be the first risk before Oklahoma gets going.
Something
All
else
right.
I want to mention really quick. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings in the Pittsburgh region. There is a marginal risk up there today, but nothing even close to what we might see later in Oklahoma and Kansas. However, there are some pretty strong storms with pretty significant wind out there in the Pittsburgh region. They're moving through now, so within the next hour or so, if anyone in the chat knows people who live in Pittsburgh, or if you do live in Pittsburgh and you want to know whether or not you are going to be okay to barbecue today or whatever, in the next hour, it should push to the east.
So, real quick, um, let's just try to get this out their way here. So, there are some people in other areas besides here. So, this is, of course, your main level out of five risk. That's what everyone's going to be talking about. But understand there are some concerns for, even South Nebraska, like someone mentioned. And you're not entirely out the risk. It's not just this risk that we have to watch. You could still get a tornado or two. You could still get some hail, maybe up to 2 inches, and some stronger wind gusts, and that's going to even go into Missouri. And you're also talking about, yeah, Pittsburgh with their marginal risk that's going to kind of move on through. But everyone in some sort of shading, besides this kind of greenish color here, is going to see some sort of possible severe weather. It's just mainly confined to that moderate risk for your stronger type storms. But we do have some warnings that we can go over and do a little bit of tracking here. Let's go over to the radar. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Abilene there. So the Weather Service is gonna warn this for about an inch hail or so with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Our first real supercell of the day going near Blackwell. I'll see if there's any rotation with it. And yeah, that mesocyclone's probably getting a little bit of get it in strength really going. And I want to check the Vil product. and that's actually pretty strong. So when your VIL colors, this product specifically, are higher, that means you have a more robust supercell starting to go there and develop, and that's definitely going to have some impacts near the Abilene area. I think mainly we're looking at a hail, as you can see with that hail core right about there over Highway 153, we'll say. So we'll do a storm track on it for anyone watching there. And let's see here. So Weather Service is going to have this moving at about 60 miles per hour. So we're going to give you a little bit of the leading edge track of this. So if it's moving at about 59 miles per hour, that's going to put it maybe a little bit south of Abilene. It's not going to include you in the track, but understand that areas like, let's see, Buffalo Gap, probably 242. So you have a good amount of time. South Abilene, maybe at around top of the hour, we could say. And then off towards the I-20 corridor at about 310-ish. So around those times there, but this isn't the only area we're watching. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Alabama that's in effect. That's for your all severe hazards. So 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I saw we have a new watch, so we will go to that very soon here. So let's see if we can get radar on this. So it's going to include Enterprise and kind of north of Dothan rather. So these are some pretty populated areas. You may be noting a little bit of a hook echo there, but your rotation is, I mean, it's kind of there. So we might have to watch that for possible tornado warning here soon. It's going to be right north of the Ozark community. So if we line that up, it's kind of in the northern region, but it's showing up on all of our products. We can check the shear rate to make sure that it's actually there. And it's noting that your main rotation is in this region here. So if you're along 27 or 249, definitely be on the lookout. And if there's a warning, we'll make sure to keep you notified. And your next storms are, of course, in Georgia, but these other tan shadings, that's just special weather statements as they're all below severe limits. And that's kind of the same story for PA here near Pittsburgh. We have a few severe warnings as well. That's your new tornado watch, rather, that we can go over here. So that's going to include first watch of the day. So folks over in Oklahoma City or in Oklahoma, you may be saying, well, why am I not in a watch? That's going to come in the next hour or two, and even most of the Kansas area is going to be included in that as well. But our main threat today, starting off, is going to be here for 4 inch hail, as I mentioned a second ago, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. And you can't rule out a few tornadoes as well, as the Weather Service is saying here, a couple tornadoes possible. Hail up to 4 inch in diameter is likely, and a few scattered
Yep.
damaging winds to 70 is also likely as well. So you're talking about San Angelo, mainly the I-20 corridor up to about Fort Worth, then the
Mhm.
Mineral Wells area as well. We kind of have.
Yeah.
See, yeah,
So
those are starting to
the
fire.
we'll say those tornado probs for people who want to know is 40-20. 40% meeting probability of two or more tornadoes and 20% meeting probability of one or more EF2 to EF5 tornadoes. So not a crazy
I mean, it's
threat.
definitely
Hopefully the
something you want
watch
to
will work.
watch, though. We don't want
Yeah.
to, if you're in the watch, definitely have your precautions in place. So, for instance, Abilene, you're going to need to know what to do if this goes to a tornado warning, which it's not at the moment, which is good, but that could definitely change in a matter of time there. So, if you have any questions in the chat, let me know, and we will definitely go over those. Uh,
Yes.
at the moment,
If
just
there
not
are
all
any
severe.
questions, we will answer to the best of our ability, as local as we can. Um, that is something that we can provide that might help us help you even more compared to some of the other people that have much larger audiences. But um, that is something that we do want to do. Uh, Honestly, that's kind of what drives me to do this too, is being able to individually help certain people and let them know what's coming.
So definitely, Tornado Watch remains in effect. That's going until I didn't really say the times on it. This watch specifically is going to go until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and then this one over here, it's not in Eastern, but 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern for that 1 inch hail threat and a few 70-mile-per-hour winds being all possible. what I do want to do, we're going to get a little bit scientific, but we're going to break it down and we're going to take my browser source here and we're going to go over kind of the mesoanalysis side of things here of what we're watching. And one of the graphs that we're keeping a close eye on is the Oklahoma mesonet, and we're really watching the main thing being surface heating. So for storms, you really want surface heating, but with your dew points being so low in some spots today, I do think that will limit the overall potential for tornadoes. But as you enter the OKC region, that's when my concern really starts to raise a little bit in terms of a potential significant tornado threat. As you may have heard on a few sources, the moisture wasn't necessarily modeled to go this high. As if I go to the dew points, for example, we're already into the 70s to upper, maybe mid 70s as well across the area. And over the last few hours, what this product is showing is the 3 hour dew point change. And in some spots, western Oklahoma, we've gained 11 degrees of our dew point values. And behind where it's that -23, -11, that's your dry line that's going to push on through and initiate some of our severe weather as we go on throughout time there. So that's very important to note, and we'll keep an eye on environmental soundings as well when they come available. But this product here is specifically looking at cloud tops. So those kind of brighter colors, that's your storms, your supercellular storms starting to fire. This is really just upper level streaks, or your jet stream rather. I don't think it's going to cause much severe weather potential yet until that dry line can really push on throughout the region there. As everyone pretty much knows, dry lines, severe weather, that's really the key factors you look for with something like this. So let's go back to radar for a little bit here. That's your tornado watch remaining in effect there, and you can even see that on our radar here, your upper level jet stream pushing on through, and that's visible on this product here. If I can pull it up, you can see a little bit of a jet stream, but your main base of the trough, which is your upper level winds flowing through the area, is still into about New Mexico and the Arizona region. So once this pushes on through, we've been expecting 4 to 5 p.m. being your alert times that you need to watch for, and I think that's going to still kind of remain in effect there. So
I
real
do want to
quick, while we
mention
get more,
we have a couple questions coming in. JMW train stuff. The wind threat for Wichita is actually kind of significant. If a line can form, storms can form up there and congeal, the wind threat is going to be quite high. I think that there's a 45% up there,
so
right?
yeah, there's a 45 significant chance, and just to jog people's memory, it does a lot better if you guys know what event is this kind of like. And the last wind event you guys had in, when was that? About a week ago. That's what we're kind of expecting in terms of the wind potential. Wichita, you're only in a 30, but that 45 is right on your doorstep, and that could push into potentially Springfield.
Yeah, very close there. You want to treat it like a huge amount of wind could come in, and what that can do is, knock down trees. It's not going to maybe be quite as extensive with the damage as tornadoes could be, but knocking down trees onto power lines, into even houses, cars, you don't want to be driving when these storms are moving through, and they could be packing quite the punch of wind, and a little bit on the hail side as well, up to the north. So
Good
definitely going to be
question,
the more
definitely.
significant threat up there. Not quite as much for tornadoes, but definitely wind. We're going to have a lot of wind reports out of that, most likely, particularly if storms can congeal a little more than currently expected. Another question coming in from Mick and me. Since storms are firing early in North Texas, will it mess with the atmosphere and the strength of storms in Oklahoma later? That has been a concern of mine for quite a while right now. And I think that still remains to be seen as to whether or not that will happen. Storms are firing already, so perhaps it could, which would be good news for the Oklahoma City Metro. But regardless, then we're going to have storms down near Dallas and Abilene, Wichita Falls. So even if those storms mess with the environment further north, they will have a solid environment to work with and produce tornadoes, wind, hail, but particularly on the tornado side of things. Um, the threat in Texas, I think, could be underplayed right now. Um, so they could mess with Oklahoma, but it certainly looks like that doesn't really preclude a threat, at least in Texas and even in Oklahoma.
Yeah, and the reason why, kind of, uh, and that was a new severe thunderstorm warning that they're going to warn for. That's for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But essentially, the reason why you might be hearing that these storms in North Texas could cause issues is because kind of rain cooled air, and you could also think of it as these storm anvils, could kind of cause a little bit of issues. I really think it'd be something like this if we're talking about the area that would be messed up. But even into Tulsa, let's say if we can get higher dew points, which is your moisture which storms need, that wouldn't really kill all too much. But either way, Texas, if you don't get a lot of storms, those one or two scales that form will have large destructive hail, damaging winds, and even a strong tornado or two. We cannot entirely rule out with it, even into the DFW Metroplex. Needs to be extremely cautious as we go on throughout time.
Again, I want to repeat before storms potentially go a little bit more crazy today, and we have to really hone in on specific storms that could be producing tornadoes. Uh, for people who are just joining, so that we can get this information out to as many people as possible, vital information, particularly for what's going to happen later. If you share and like the stream, that's really going to help with the YouTube algorithm, push it out to as many people as possible so that you can indirectly help, maybe even save lives out in Oklahoma and Texas and even into Kansas for today. It's really going to help out, and we appreciate it.
Definitely. So I'm gonna do a little more storm tracking here, give these people some info. If you guys can gather some more questions, and I'll try to go over those here in a little bit. But we do have two new severe thunderstorm warnings for North Texas here that we need to go over. So here's the live single site radar here. You can see north of Blackwell. This was the storm we were talking about earlier here, and that hail core has really started to ramp up north of 227. So to get your bearings straight here a little bit, this is south of I-20, south of Sweetwater, south of Abilene, but it is moving in a northeast fashion there, and this might have some sort of tornado threat with time. You can see your mesocyclone is a little more well defined as it was earlier. And if we look at kind of our storm strength product, or VIL, you can see that that has actually increased a lot compared to what it was before. So, kind of heads up for Abilene as it moves on into your area. I think you still have, they're going to upgrade that to considerable. So, 2 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's a little bit under the destructive category, but understand if you're near those areas and you're riding along 227, you're definitely going to want to keep an eye on the storm. The tornado threat's rather low though, but it's something that we're watching. And your storm strength is also pretty high over near the north 2020 or the north 277 area, rather north of the Haskell community. And you don't really have a lot of hail with it at the moment, and your wind shear is also a little bit low. Again, you want your colors to be very tight next to each other to show a possible tornado, and we just don't have that at the moment. But our hail product is showing two well-defined areas of possible significant hail. But if you go into Oklahoma, we're not really seeing a whole lot. Maybe a new cell that's trying to fire, so that theory that it could hurt this severe threat might be coming to fruition a little bit. Again, we still have more time, and the environment is very volatile. If I put on the CAPE, the convective available potential energy, it's basically the storm fuel, you can call it, that really gets them going. The white colors are extreme Cape values, and the kind of lighter red colors are kind of there, but storms could use a little bit more, and that is really starting to push north with time. If we put it into motion, you can see it's starting near Ardmore, and it's just starting to really ramp up there, and even including the Tulsa area as well. That northern risk area is also really starting to get going. So Very active stuff we gotta watch going into the afternoon hours, but well, going into the late afternoon hours rather. So let's see
Yep.
here. Do we have any questions really?
Yeah, personalized class questions we'd love to answer. Um, I do want to once again go over what to do in the case of a tornado warning, or even like a windy, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning, if that's over your location today. So, if you get put under one of those warnings, first of all, I you need to have a way to receive warnings today so that you know whether or not there is a warning for your location, and if you live in these risk regions. And the way that is most beneficial is using a NOAA weather radio. But if you do not have that, then you can use, your cell phone is going to give you an alert. Um, any us here will be telling you whether or not there's tornado warnings for your location, and whatever your preferred source of receiving warnings today, you got to keep that handy and keep that nearby. Now, if you are put under a warning, you got to get to the lowest floor of your house uh, immediately, and make sure that it is away from windows. If you have a basement, get in that basement. If you have pillows, blankets, a helmet, put that all over you. Wear that helmet. Put the anything soft on top of you. That's really going to help you um, stay in case there's a tornado that hits. Any debris that comes flying in, it's going to cushion the impact. um, if you uh, if you have like an emergency supply kit, bring that and bring some food and water with you. Um, all these things need to be done so that you remain safe in the case of a tornado warning today. Um, and if you're driving, here's what I want you to do if you're driving. You need to go. You need to if the tornado if you're very close to the tornado, you need to just straight up drive into a ditch. It sounds crazy, but that is going to uh, make it the least likely that your car will fly up inside of the tornado. um, and so you need to drive into a ditch. Don't go under an overpass. That is the worst thing you can do, because that will just only accelerate the winds into your car. um, if you can get into any sort of sturdy building as soon as physically possible, if you're driving, that would be most ideal. Just stay off the roads wherever there is a tornado warning, particularly some sort of confirmed warning. That is going to be where you really need to be not driving in that case. And if there might be a little bit of flooding a little bit later today if storms kind of stall a little bit, especially further to the north. So if there's any flooded waters, don't drive into them. It's only going to do damage to your car, and potentially you don't know what's in that water. So we want you to stay safe, and those are the things that you can do to stay safe. Also, if you're in your safe spot, bring a whistle, bring closed-toed shoes with you. Those are all things that are really going to help. If emergency management reaches your location, they can find you easily.
So yeah, mainly to reiterate, you want to get lowest level interior room, many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you were to punch a wall or punch your hand through the wall, you don't want to be reaching the outside. You want as many walls between you, so if that tornado comes through, in many cases, even the F4s and F5s, you have some sort of interior room still there in 90% of cases, so that could really protect your life. Like you said before, baseball helmets are just something that you can put on, so in case something happens, you can be prepared, and we just know that that works very well, and that's something that we want everyone to do. And if you are driving, mainly if you get that warning on your phone anywhere, even if you're not close to the storm, you need to find some sort of gas station, some sort of convenience store that you can go to be safe. Or like Pax said, worst case scenario, get in a ditch. So ditch your car, get in that ditch, and kind of cover your head, protect yourself when that is passing through. And then even for overpasses, even if it's just hail, don't stop under there. It creates a whole safety situation that we tell people to not do every time, but we get it. hail damage to your car, it's not fun, but it's also not fun when there's a tornado coming and it could potentially hurt a lot of people if the traffic's backed up there. So those are just a few little things that we want everyone to do here. But we're gonna go back to the live Doppler here. That storm near Abilene is starting to get its act together a little bit. We told you about it when it first fired, and we're gonna mention it once again here. Our vertically integrated liquid product is really starting to ramp up, showing a stronger storm north of the Blackwell community that we're watching. And that's a little bit of a hook echo you might be noticing there. So that's your inflow. That's the warm, moist air that storms need to really survive. That's pushing very much north of Blackwell. We can go put on the velocity mode, and you can see we might have a little bit of something there, and that does line up very clearly. So I want to kind of hold on this for a little moment, and if someone or if someone wants to rather, go over some of the areas ahead of this while I check the environment it's in, so we can see if it will maintain itself.
Yeah. I was AFK for a sec. I come back to this. Very interesting
All right.
developing.
So this cell here is approaching US 277 between Wingate and Abilene. If anyone is driving on these roads, just make sure that they have a heads up. I mean, obviously they can probably see a massive thunderstorm, and it could try to spin up in a shorter term.
It's very
Uh,
low though, but hail causes, some
yep,
damage that we want to note here, but your tornado
yep,
threat is low.
yep. There is quite some fairly significant hail with this. That is going to be headed towards Buffalo Gap, Tuscola, and Potosi, and also just really the south side of Abilene, uh, getting into I-20, and then beyond that to the east, northeast. This is now just pushing off to the north and east of Blackwell, and this is, hail is going to be the main threat here, but there is some small rotation, so we'll be watching it,
We'll
and
put up the hail tracker there. That's
yeah,
kind of
certainly,
where it is.
yeah, certainly the hail will be the biggest threat, so you don't want hail damage to your car if you're out driving here.
So I will say our shear rate is very low at the moment, so it's certainly not strong, and that's with both of our cells here. And once you get to those red or even extreme yellow colors, that's showing a lot of rotation with these cells here, and we're just not seeing that at the moment, and that's because we can actually show you why there's no tornado with this at the moment, and that's mainly because if we pull on our low level jet shear, there's not much. And there's not a
Mm-hmm.
whole lot for it to work with to get that low level spin in the atmosphere. But your kind of jet, those mid level winds in the atmosphere are still over in New Mexico. So it's going to be a little bit of time until that pushes over. So that's why we're aiming for the 4 to 5 p.m. time for these storms to really get going and really get their act together and possibly maybe even produce a few tornadoes there, but still needs a little bit of work, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this storm, by the way, for people who are live here or are driving here just south of Abilene in Texas, this has hail up to 2.5 inches. Is that what's that, tennis ball sized?
That's close to it. It's enough to do some damage, and it's enough to possibly injure you if you're outside. So we'll call it probably
Oh,
near 3 inches almost.
Yep.
oh,
This is very
yeah.
large hail, so that could rip holes in your windshield, and so you do not want to be driving on this. This is not going to be fun. And if you're inside your home, just stay away from outdoor windows. Or
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
outside.
much, and it sounds stupid to say stay away from windows, but you'd be surprised the amount of times when you get that hail, those baseballs, those very large stones, that's enough to go through windows. So if you're away from it, that just is less injury, that's less work for first responders, and of course you're keeping yourself safe by not having the chance of that happening. So right along see what's that highway again? That's gonna be 227 that we've been talking about. The hail's not quite to you yet, which you can see on our hail product, but 153 is definitely getting it there. And if we have any other questions, I don't want to get all too hyper focused as we do have a severe thunderstorm in very North Texas near the Vernon community, or kind of south of there near the Crowell. Not all too much I'm seeing with this, but our Storm Strength product is still showing that all of these cells have pretty high tops on them, which could in turn increase your severe threat just a little bit, but not all too much sheer we're tracking with it.
By the way,
So
we do got a tour possible in Florida. I didn't know if you guys saw that. It's
yeah,
right
so
near
even
Vero
Florida is
Beach.
gonna you guys aren't in a SPC outlook. You do have a little one for some wind, but most of the times in Florida, you guys aren't, strangers to this. You'll get a little spin up tornado that might do a tad bit of damage, but it's lifted right away. And that's exactly the threat that you're going to have with this. Mainly some smaller hail near 95, but you can't rule out a very small, isolated spin up tornado. That's kind of the day as well that you're having over there. So. Those are our three supercells so far. So they have not hit the moderate or higher end risk yet, but understand our environment isn't really causing too much issues to warrant any sort of tornado warning or tornado threat with this.
Yeah. I'm trying
Once again, if you guys have any questions, go ahead, leave it in the chat, and they'll go ahead and relay that to me, and we'll try to get you some information, of course.
Yeah, any questions will uh be very nice.
So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Probably an extension for parts of St. Lucie County and Chiro County in Florida. So anyone near there, just be advised. Don't be overly concerned by them. They're not going to do too much, but it's your classic afternoon thunderstorm that goes severe, pretty much.
Yeah, for the most part. Very curious. Hmm. Yeah, it's just a waiting game. Don't hesitate though to ask questions, because again, I mean, this is basically a waiting game for us right now. So there's nothing really too much to discuss about other than rambling on the same stuff. We can answer anything we possibly can. I mean, the only storms to really watch for right now is the one in near Abilene, and then of course that other tour possible near Florida, and then we're basically waiting for more storm development, especially in the Oklahoma area and Kansas area for that main risk going on later this early to late evening. So
Yeah, definitely. So, few areas here, kind of south of the Monday community, we gotta watch very closely for some large hail over 222. So, if you know that area, just watch out for some hail. This isn't the baseballs that, we've had before, but it's definitely enough to cause a little bit of issues there. Uh, but we're really not seeing a whole lot. I think the main story is we're starting to get storms that are firing, but this is really south of the main risk area. And the whole
mm,
reason why it's not doing it towards the north is kind of two things. So, what I'm going to do here to kind of show that is we're going to put on one surface moisture, which is very important. Uh, so you can see main moistures towards the south, we have a little bit of here. Okay, that's the first thing. Second off, our front, your dry line is still near Lubbock into Amarillo, so that can't really give us storms. And the second thing that really gives us that issue, let me fix that real quick. Uh, so the next thing that's really giving us issues on it would be, if I can find it, is that jet stream at 500 millibars that we were talking about before. That there's not a whole lot to kind of force these storms up and get them going. So two things to watch. It's going to change with time though, and we're very certain that that will happen.
yeah, and to answer the question for Adora over here, do you think North Oklahoma City will be getting any tornadoes later? I mean, North Oklahoma City definitely is something to watch out for. It's in that very favorable environment. Pretty much a good majority of the central Oklahoma area needs to be on high alert today. And the cap is looking a little bit weaker. than what models did project, but that doesn't mean too much other than more storm development is probably probable, though we were pretty much expecting that. A lot of today is going to factor in way more than just the cap.
Yeah, definitely. So for our folks over in Oklahoma, I know there's probably a lot watching. So our main areas today to watch are going to be all the way from McAllister to mainly Elk City, and in between OKC, Norman, I-35 to I-44 is all included in there. And we're watching for any discrete storms that can get going across the region. So you guys have nothing at the moment. It's probably clear skies and a beautiful day. It's probably pretty hot though with that humidity, but nonetheless, once the storm starts going rather, it's gonna pretty much explode, and we're gonna have to watch. Now, this isn't the highest risk you guys have ever seen before, but it's definitely a risk that if we get something going, it wouldn't stop for a little while. But again, if there's anything, we'll let you guys know, and we'll be here throughout the night tracking this. But there's just not a whole lot to talk about for you guys, except you are in that level 4 out of 5 risk for some potentially strong tornadoes, damaging wind, and some larger hailstones. And even into Wichita, we gotta watch for that threat too, along 35 on to maybe I-70. I'd say a whole lot of I-35 is included in that though.
Yes,
But good question.
we will be here all pretty much all day into the evening and probably into the night. This probably will be a pretty long stream, and so we're in it. We're here for the long haul, and we're just hoping that nothing too bad happens. We're hoping that this is a boring stream and that we can just kind of chill out a little bit later. But all signs right now point toward that not happening, but there is a chance for that to happen. So hoping that that small chance will come to fruition.
Um, Trying to see here. Some people were saying in the chat that this looked a little bit similar to more potent environments. No, it today doesn't have similar readings at all to May 3rd, 99. Uh, that was a way more potent environment. Oh, and
Seminole,
um,
Oklahoma, you're in the moderate risk. You are on the
yes,
eastern side of that moderate risk. I'd have to check. Does that include a 10% or is that a 15?
I'm
So let me go ahead and
trying.
pull that up
It
for you
is
guys
it is a
here.
15. Okay. So you are definitely in that risk for tornadoes today.
So where
I
was
would have
that
said
for?
no matter what risk you're in. It's going to be pretty significant, but that won't come till a little bit later in the day. Probably more toward 8, 9 p.m. before storms get over to the Seminole area, which is southeast of Oklahoma City. So storms are going to be moving through Oklahoma City probably about what would you guys say? 7,
Right, say be on the lookout. Alert
8?
times would be 4 to 6 p.m. So kind of that afternoon
Hmm.
time
Yeah.
range. And then Tulsa, you're thinking, I'd say from 6 to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's about the time that storms will also be in Seminole, which is to the southeast of Oklahoma City. So your threat comes a little bit later, but it is still a very substantial threat. I hope your livestock is all good, by the way. That nothing too bad happens to them today.
I'm
Yeah,
hoping
and that's
as
another thing.
else.
You know, you gotta watch out for the hail. Gotta watch out for the tornadoes. But this isn't, I don't think, a day where we have a entire line from Wichita to Wichita Falls with tornadoes ongoing. It's gonna be those maybe 2 to 4 even cells that could produce tornadoes if everything goes right. I think that's something that some people are getting wrong. This isn't a slam dunk. You're gonna have multiple violent tornadoes, your EF4 plus tornadoes type day.
Right.
This is a day where if your environment is there, which it is, and if these storms can really work through all the issues, you could have a potentially significant tornado. But
Hmm.
hail is a factor. Gotta watch that. I'll pull up the hail risk again since hail causes a lot of damage every year, and there is a 45% chance of significant hail. That is your 3 inch to 4 inch, maybe even 5 inch stones that could go near Wichita into Pawnee Rock, all across I-70 into Kansas City, and even down into OKC and the Fort Worth Metroplex. That's gonna have a hail threat as well, along with damaging winds that we mentioned earlier for some stronger winds, 70, 80 mile per hour plus as it pushes through southern Kansas. So lots to really
Yep.
talk about and go over for today.
And we'll make sure to get it as soon as possible for you guys. But we are about 9-ish minutes away for the last update for the SPC for day one before initiation begins. The next one will be 9 p.m. way beyond Eastern time, way beyond after initiation. So we'll make sure to get you an update on that in a little bit.
Yep. So right now it is still fairly quiet. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings for a lot of large hail and some damaging winds down in Texas, south of Wichita Falls, near the Abilene area, as
Yep.
well as Monday and Seymour. Um, these storms are definitely capable of particularly larger hail. Um, and some and and right now that the tornado threat is pretty low, and we don't really have the tornado parameters in place just yet for these storms to really take off, which is good for these areas. But we expect the sort of parameters to really increase as we go into the late afternoon and into the evening for the entire moderate and enhanced risks. So,
Yeah, that's your
particularly on the
kind of
south side
storm
of the house.
tracks, our times of arrival with that. So
Yep.
OKC, you still have time if you're out. I mean, I'd give you another 2 to 3 hours to get everything wrapped up, and then by the time you're starting to go home or whatever, it should start to ramp up then. So luckily, it's not a midday threat when everyone's out on a Saturday, but it's a threat where you could have some overnight tornadoes, which brings another threat of issues or a whole
Of
nother boat
course,
of issues.
it is Memorial Day weekend, so this is a pretty substantial time for a lot of people to be out, no matter really what time it is. So this is really going to be something that could plague uh, people today as we move into the night,
Yep.
especially people out barbecuing, grilling, whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
having your Memorial Day celebrations with family. Uh, we want to make sure that maybe today isn't quite the best day for that, and maybe postpone it to tomorrow out here, where the weather won't be such an issue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. And that's something
Um.
that we gotta keep a very close eye on. And a lot of people, I will preface this real quick, are probably seeing some stuff on social media comparing this to other events like I saw one about the 2013 tornadoes or the May 3rd 99 stuff, and all of these setups are different. Sure, from the perspective of your dry lines and everything is there, but every single setup, even the ones that look very closely, are different in some way and have their issues. And today is just like 5-25/24. It's a different day, but maybe the parameters there that it could have some issues or some significant severe weather. So we just can't hone in on what it exactly is like, but what we can hone in on are these new severe thunderstorm warnings. So Wichita Falls, you guys aren't in a warning just yet, but I will say though, if we take this radar site that up to the Seymour area, kind of along 283, I'd be watching near Vernon for these little supercells that are starting to go. The environment is not quite here for tornadoes. I want to preface that. You could get some maybe some spin up tornadoes, but your real possibly long trackers and strong tornadoes are going to be later on in the day. And our shear rate, if you looked at it, really probably, yeah, this is not showing a whole lot of rotation. And even if we look at the velocity, there's not a whole lot there either. But in turn, you don't have a tornado, you're going to have hail. And your hail is definitely there when you get to those white colors. That is likely severe hail falling. But even in the pink and stuff, once you get to Crowell, you're probably gonna have about an inch or two hail that you gotta watch for. But our kind of storm strength product is really showing those red colors, which means that these storms mean business and they're not gonna die off anytime soon. And friends over in Abilene, I think you guys are gonna get removed from this warning since it is starting to push more towards the south, so I'd still be on the lookout for some rain and small hail, but mainly over to Tuscola into Lon, and that's ultimately along State Road 83 into State Road 36. You gotta watch for that strong hail threat or severe hail threat as it
Yeah,
pushes off
and
there.
I will say to some of the weather people, weather nerds, I guess, and to everyone, the weather balloon has been launched in central Oklahoma. So we're going to have a better picture to give to you guys on the environment and what it's going to look like leading up to initiation. So we'll get an update as soon as we
And
possibly
here's the
can.
balloon. I can actually pull that up live for
Actually,
everyone.
probably. Yeah.
So this is what he's talking about here. This little balloon. So this is launched by the National Weather Service in Norman, and basically just to
Um,
give us a idea of the environment that we have.
it,
And I think from a more scientific perspective, there's still a little bit of that warm nose, that kind of capping at the surface that's there. But nonetheless, we will have a full one out pretty soon.
Yeah. I do wanna also just say we got a new mesoscale discussion, big one. Tornado watch likely 95%. They did say it's gonna be a PDS tornado watch is likely to be issued soon, for the Oklahoma area. I'll send that picture out so you guys wanna
Alrighty.
pull.
So
Essentially,
basically, what
yeah.
they're talking about here, and I'm going to pull that up real quick. So they're saying a particularly dangerous situation. These watches we really don't get pretty often. You get them every, what would you guys say, probably 10, 20 times a year, I would say. Maybe even less than that.
I'd say
But
less.
essentially, what the graph is showing,
Historically,
that's your dry line. That is
pretty
what fires your storms and gets them going, but that's your moisture increasing, as I was talking about. It's lifting northward, your warm front's kind of pushing a little more, and your winds are turning with height. That's what we look for with tornadoes, and in the middle of that, you have a pretty potent environment for severe weather, and they're thinking that this will destabilize going throughout the evening. That would give you the chance for some tornadoes there. And when the watch is
Yeah.
issued, we will let you know right when it's issued, all the information on it. But it's going to be pretty
And
large.
yeah, a little bit of a concerning Mezcal discussion as well. They did say in the beginning of the summary, tornadic supercells capable of dangerous tornadoes, and they aren't wrong. This is definitely a very potent environment, and you guys need to be very weather aware. This is wording that is pretty strong from the NWS and from the SPC. So just make sure you're more weather aware, knowing that they are shooting out the red flags.
something I do want to emphasize for people just joining in and coming in and out. Please be sure to ask us questions. We're here to answer any and all questions that you have about your location, for what specifics for your weather or any weather might be coming right for your house today. Especially if you live anywhere in the enhanced and moderate risks today, please do not hesitate to ask in the chat, and we'll give you an in-depth forecast for today for specific to your location. Uh, and we are going to be able to see pretty much all of the chats that come in. So we really want to do that. That is something that we can do pretty well here. And just to get to that right away, Oklahoma City, you are right in the dead center of the tornado risk today. So definitely a chance for significant tornadoes, uh, probably around the 5, 6, 7 p.m. time frame is where the main severe threat will move in. Right now, the cells are not too tornadic, and even for Oklahoma City itself, formed that are moving toward your area. So you have some time to go about your day. It is getting pretty moist today. This morning it was probably quite dry, a little bit unusual, but we've had rapid moisture advection right into the region of Oklahoma City, and so that is going to assist in our tornado production later today. And there is definitely a fairly significant chance compared to a normal day of tornadoes in Oklahoma City and anywhere near the metro. We've got people talking about Springfield, Missouri. Um,
Springfield is more on the back end. It's
Yeah, that's
mostly
gonna
going to
be
get
your wind threat pretty
yeah.
much,
mostly your
if
wind
I
threat.
pull it
It'll
up.
mostly be a kind of a QLCS threat, but you'll mostly get the
So
leftovers by then.
you guys got a 30% chance of significant wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. So as it's pushing on through, you're probably remembering the last little derecho we had over this area. This could be something like that, but I don't think it's going to be as organized as it pushes on through. But you could still get some significant wind. As for your tornado threat, doesn't go that far up there near the Springfield area, and it's mainly confined to the central Oklahoma, southern central Kansas regions for today at least.
For people in San Angelo, you are pretty far to the south. You're only in a slight risk today. And right now, storms are firing to your north. So as long as they don't fire anywhere near you, your threat is you're going to have no threat today. The no rain, no thunder, no lightning. But there is that chance, which is why you're in the slight risk, for a storm to form. And if it does, I mean, it will be capable of some hazards, but nothing too significant compared to up north. Kind of your more
Mainly severe
typical
hail, damaging
springtime
winds.
thunderstorms. Yeah. Uh, again, Missouri, we were kind of saying the main threat in western Missouri is going to be wind and a little bit with hail as well. Tornado threat is going to be much lower. Still there, especially with perhaps if some sort of small little mesoscale convective system forms, you can get a little bit some of those spin ups, but the significant long track tornado threat will be to your southwest for the most part. Fort Worth, near Dallas, Fort Worth. Definitely there is a chance for some severe weather there. You're on the very edge of that enhanced risk. Um, 5% tornado risk. I think that personally, um, storms are going to move through there much later in the evening, probably closer to 7, 8 p.m. and perhaps a little bit earlier, 6, 7 p.m. But when they do get there, there is a chance for tornadoes, not a very high chance. But again, your probably bigger threat will be hail, as we're seeing right now. Your storms have already formed to the west and are moving somewhat in your direction right now, and they're producing hail. We do expect the tornado threat to go up between now and when the storms get to Dallas. So that may linger into the Dallas Fort Worth metro, particularly for Fort Worth as you are a little further to the west. But they should start to die out as they push east of Dallas.
So I will say here, so we're getting some pressure falls over the past 2 hours. As that surface low deepens, low level moisture continues. Storms have already formed, yeah. So we're really seeing that destabilization continue to occur. I mean, some areas have upper 70s dew points, so that's definitely going to not really have much of a temperature dew point spread issue where you have, dry air, yada yada. It's a lot of blabber that doesn't really matter, but nonetheless, we gotta watch those developing supercells as they push north.
Indeed.
I do want to say once again, if you can help us help the people who are in these risk areas, please like and share this stream far and wide so that we can get out to as many people as possible. That's going to help people who are in this risk area who don't know what's coming be alerted to what is coming. If they, oh, just scrolling on YouTube and they see a stream about strong tornadoes, oh, maybe they live in Oklahoma, anywhere within the moderate risk, enhanced risk, and they're like, oh my gosh, well, there's actually tornadoes coming. So maybe I shouldn't go, uh, I don't know, to that baseball game or whatever it is. Um, so we want to make sure that these people are safe. So the more people we can reach, the better.
Definitely. That's something we're gonna have to keep a very, very close eye on as we move into the
Yeah.
afternoon hours. But currently, mainly talking about large hail, so still south of Abilene, but
Hmm.
up near the Vernon to kind of Wichita Falls areas. We gotta watch that pretty close, and I'll try to. It's not gonna be 110% accurate, but it's gonna give you some sort of time of arrivals when this is gonna push on through. So, with these storms moving at about 33 miles per hour here, if we track this to there, it's moving at about this angle here. Here's some of the storm tracks. So, mainly Vernon on the Oklahoma kind of border there. You're talking top of the hour, so it's pushing that, yeah, about an hour. So gonna take a little bit of time, and then holiday at about 4:05 after that. So still gonna take a little bit before they can move into Oklahoma, but we can still have additional convection with this kind of cluster pushing there.
One
Yeah.
thing I want to mention, we do have an actual chaser out today. He can't give us his feed for due to some technical difficulties today, but he may pop in a little bit later with some updates on what he is seeing. I'm pretty sure he'll be somewhere within that moderate risk today, and he'll be giving us his location as well. So um, we will have some of that ground truth. Not as much as some of our past streams, but either way, it's going to really help make sure that we're not spreading false information and that we know exactly what's going on today.
Yeah. So yeah, we do that one chaser, and looks like right now he's still hasn't moved out yet. Last I heard, they're still planning, but storms don't fire for a bit. But I think we'll get an update on him eventually. But no, it's just a waiting game. Again, the SPC should be releasing a new update soon. Um, not gonna say my predictions on what they're gonna do, but we'll see if they'll keep this moderate or upgrade. Anything's on the table, but again, our main
Either
focus right
way,
now is that, I mean, either way, this is still a very potent environment, and they did say this will be a PDS watch. So no matter what update it happens, I mean, this is a
out in
very
and to give an
important day to
example of
watch.
how PDS watches work, this is a particularly dangerous situation, which essentially means that there is a higher chance than normal for tornadoes within this watch compared to others.
Which would be significant.
And yes, particularly significant tornadoes. And 3%, approximately 3% of all watches get this kind of designation, which is really not a lot. And and no matter what, these storms, whether it's a high risk or a moderate risk, uh, there is going to be a very significant threat for strong tornadoes today. Actually, to give an example of what a PDS watch did, we had those Iowa storms just earlier this week. That had a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, and that was a moderate risk. So it was um, from a hazards perspective and from a percentage chance of tornadoes perspective, it was the exact same as today. And that risk, I mean, I don't, for people who haven't seen, that had some pretty substantial impacts in Iowa, particularly the town of Greenfield. Took a direct hit from a violent tornado. So can't even rule out violent tornadoes today. But there's a better chance that there isn't a violent tornado than there is, but there is that chance, and so we got to be prepared for strong to intense, even maybe even a violent tornado today. It is definitely possible.
Yep. So all of this information should be out pretty soon. Uh, and we'll see how the environment kind of is at the moment and how it's gonna hold as we go into the afternoon hours. But kind of looking at some more analysis data here to get a better idea of what we're actually looking at. Um,
Yeah.
that warm front's
Someone was
continuing to
asking.
push north there.
I was asking about Oklahoma City. Again, we are going to probably be bringing up Oklahoma City again and again because that is the main metro region that's solidly within the tornado risk today. So what that means is there's a chance for if a cell moves into your region, the environment easily supports a tornado, strong tornadoes even, to move through the Oklahoma City metro. And so that's going to be probably around 6-ish p.m., 5, 6 p.m., most likely, the way we're seeing it right now. That could change, but that's tentative about when your storms are going to move through. And they're going to be strong. They're going to pack a punch. I know a lot of people out here are probably kind of used to significant storms. However, today is above most other days. So we really got to be out here paying attention, making sure that we're getting into our safe spot whenever a warning is issued, and have a good way of receiving warnings. That's going to be most important for you and for your safety. Um, Abilene as well. There's actually a cell quite near you right now.
Yep.
Um,
Uh,
it is to your south. You're probably getting a little bit of rain there. It's not really a too significant of a storm. Perhaps dropping some hail if you're south of Abilene. Some fairly significant hail moving towards Tuscola and Lawn, where US 83 and US 84 meet up. So uh,
mm-hmm.
these regions
So,
are probably going to see pretty significant hail. There's no real decent rotation on this. Tornado chance is low right now, but Abilene certainly at least some rain right now, maybe some
hmm,
lightning in the distance. So
yeah.
So with that
Well,
risk, I will say the main changes with it, I don't think it's queried on our system yet here. But
no.
what they are kind of thinking with the current risk, so a high risk was not issued, but it's still a significant threat. So they expanded all the outlook categories eastward across Missouri based on the increased confidence in multiple supercells across southern Kansas, like we were talking about, congealing into
Yep.
that cluster, giving a wind threat. The only other change was to expand the moderate further south into North Texas with the recent trends, which, of course, you
With the
guys
hail.
probably already know. If we go down a little bit, you already have a few storms going into northern Texas. So Wichita Falls, once this updates, you're going to see went a lot more south into there, but we've yet to really get a good storm going into the central Oklahoma region just yet. But understand
Hmm.
that's going to change pretty soon with time here.
Yeah, and um, with that expansion, I think I know people were asking about Missouri earlier. I know someone said Springfield. That means you guys are now in that 10 significant chance hatched for a strong tornado. So definitely be weather aware of that. Levy, like we said, expansion to the moderate. They're very confident on that hail risk. That's why we have a double 45 sig for hail and that increased wind risk. So for our Missouri people earlier that was asking the question, looks like you're in a more favorable environment for tornadoes. So be very aware. Anyone in this hatched zone, the 10 or the 15, needs to be prepared and have their shelters in place, have all their supplies in check. Get ready because I mean storms are going to start firing in these areas around Kansas and Oklahoma within an hour or two. So I got much time left.
So we still don't have a whole lot at the moment, I will note. Near the
interesting.
Frederick
There is
radar
a
site, we'll take our
the new
kind of high
outlook.
res radar.
The new outlook did throw in another area of higher hail probabilities along the
Ooh,
Red River, kind of where these storms are moving into, which kind of makes
Mm-hmm.
sense. These
To
storms
point
have
that
been
out.
producing hail pretty significant already, especially that complex there moving towards Wichita Falls. So Wichita Falls, you're now in a pretty significant hail risk, 45% hatched risk. And either way, before you were in some sort of hail risk. Now it's just seems the odds are a little bit higher for very significant hail, 2 inches or more, is moving in your direction. Right now, the storms are not producing 2 inch hail, but odds are that the hail threat will increase as they move toward the north and east, towards Wichita Falls. So, and that is along the Red River, stretching all the way
We'll
about
go
to
over that
Florida.
real quick while I get this set up. You guys want to go over the warning types, since a lot of people might not rather know the difference. We can go over that real quick here.
Alrighty.
I will
So,
say before we get started, there was a report of a wall cloud with pictures showing in Seymour, Texas, around
mm,
3:14 Central. So make sure you guys are aware these storms are going to get a little bit more tornadic as we get towards um, that that better environment, especially as they go more north. You can see all these storms have potential in the northern Texas area. They're in that better environment versus the southern storm that tore possible, which is not its greatest environment. It actually doesn't look as impressive as the northern ones as they get a little bit in that better area. So yeah, watch out for those hailers and watch out for those tornadoes.
yeah, and speaking of tornadoes, we're going to start to see more watches and warnings going out as we move into time, most likely. And so you see on screen here, well, we just did get a mesoscale discussion a little bit ago for a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. And a watch just essentially means conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form, but nothing is imminent in whatever location you are in that watch. However, if this wall cloud near Wichita Falls and Seymour becomes a little more defined and the rotation becomes a little more defined, we may see a tornado warning get issued for that. And that means if you're in that warning, you need to take action immediately. A watch is heads up, but a warning means let's get going. And in that case, it may be indicated by radar or it is spotted. And when rotation is strong enough, indicated by radar, the professionals think that that can potentially drop a tornado in any moment. So you need to treat it as if there's a tornado on the ground coming for you if you're in that warning polygon. Now, a tornado emergency. Uh, Hope we do not see any of this today. But that means that there is a large and destructive tornado like on the ground right now. If you are under a tornado emergency, um, there is not right now. I want to repeat: there is no tornado emergency. None of these warnings are really in place. There is a watch, but no sort of warnings or emergencies. But if one did get issued, there's a severe threat to human life and property, and catastrophic damage would definitely be possible with a tornado emergency. Likely a significant tornado on the ground, moving for whatever region, particularly populated regions too.
Yeah, definitely. So we do have that new risk queried here, and you can see it did change a little bit. So now we have parts of Missouri included in that. So before you guys weren't in that moderate risk, but Springfield, kind of south of Kansas City into Joplin, you guys are in that, and it got expanded into the Wichita Falls area. So that is also something to note. We will go over the probabilities here. So go and query our tornado risk. Pop that up real quick. So you can see here that 15% chance of significant tornadoes now includes, I'm going to say pretty much all of Wichita Falls at this point into Ardmore. And then your 10% chance of those significant tornadoes are now including Springfield and kind of extended over a little more to the east there. Wind is still a major concern, and that's why you guys are now in that moderate, is because we are thinking, we mentioned it before, but that wind threat, that 45% chance of significant 75 mile per hour plus wind gusts are going to really compose most of Springfield into Nevada, into Joplin, all the way south of 35, and including most of 49 into Kansas City. So that's very important. And your hail, I don't think now includes a 45% chance of significant 3-inch to 4-inch hail over all of Wichita Falls, altered more into the Lawton area, and even into Dallas and stuff. We have a threat for that as well. So definitely a little bit of a risk change, but the messaging stays the same that you need to be weather aware, and this could change a little bit with time. So if any other little cells start to fire, we'll make sure to let you know of that.
And for any people just joining, please don't hesitate to ask questions in the chat. We'll do our best to answer them with a local sort of forecast. That's something we love to do here, especially if you live in these risk regions. Um, take a look here. That cell near Abilene is still producing quite a bit of hail. This is going to be south of Abilene. There's some very slight rotation, but nothing too extreme right now. And it's heading right for Lawn, Texas, and Tuscola. You're right in that hail core. So don't be driving on these roads. That includes US 84 and US 83, and some of the smaller roads, 604, 382, that move through Lawn and move off to the east. Um, these areas are going to be pelted with hail, and hail is going to be the biggest threat here right now. There is perhaps some damaging winds reaching the surface as well, so something to consider. Golf ball sized hail falling right now. I do want to continue to mention, though, that there was a wall cloud potentially spotted near Seymour in Texas, and that's with these cells moving towards Wichita Falls. So keep in mind, a wall cloud is essentially one of the many precursors within a thunderstorm that we see before tornadoes. Um, before they drop. And so it doesn't mean that a tornado will drop imminently. It just means that the storm is trying to rotate a little bit, and could produce a tornado within the next, maybe say, hour or so. So keep that in mind as we move towards, as the storms move toward Wichita Falls. There is quite a large area of cells with bringing large hail, damaging winds, and the increasing tornado threat with time, moving toward Wichita Falls. No tornadoes right now, though.
Yeah, and we might be able to put that report on here if they were fast with it, and I don't think so, but right near here we were watching for that threat. Again, not much rotation that we're seeing on radar. Your environment is still not that good for those tornadoes, but you can still get a little bit of rotation with them. You can see on the rotation tracker there, maybe a tiny bit starting to go up, and definitely your storms are pretty strong if we look at the Vil product. You can see that, yeah, this could definitely cause a little bit of issues there, and hail is also something that we don't want to play around with. Those are your 1 to 2 inch stones falling. So if you guys have anything, definitely go for it. We do have these storms up here as they push towards southern Oklahoma.
Yeah. Uh, Again, kind of awaiting that main watch, tornado watch, to move in and get issued. So, I mean, since there's no tornado watch right now for Oklahoma City, I mean, you're fine to go out and do your activities. Just don't do anything too long. That will go into the afternoon hours. The next 3 or so hours is when we're really going to ramp up the threat, particularly Oklahoma City down to Lawton, up to Enid, Wichita. That is when our threat will really start to kick off. We've got someone asking about uh, Lincoln, Nebraska, and yeah, the threat up there is pretty low. You're in a slight risk, but that is going to be mainly for wind and a little bit of hail as well, uh, but no sort of tornado risk up in Lincoln, Nebraska. So that is good news because I know Lincoln has been through a lot with the last few days, few weeks even, and so today it's all to yourself. So no big deal there. There may be storms that move in a little bit later, kind of around the same time frame as further south. I'm pretty sure. I'm not. I can't confirm that. Um, but it shouldn't be too bad up in Lincoln. And we've also got someone asking about Duncan, Oklahoma.
So
Um,
real quick, I'm gonna stop you right there.
yeah.
You have a new particularly dangerous situation tornado watch now out, just issued. We're going to try to query that on our graphics system here, and it should pop up very soon. Weather or the storm prediction center rather is going to be calling for several strong tornadoes likely, widespread hail up to DVD sized likely, scattered gusts up to 80 mph likely. So um that's something that we are watching. This will include the Oklahoma City
Ooh.
Metro. This will include Lawton, and it will include areas of Wichita. So, right when that is issued, you will see it here, and it should
I,
pop
w-
up
I will
very,
say,
very soon.
um, I want to interject here. It's quite rare to see the hail show DVD sized hail. That is 5-inch hail. So some of the hail out here could be quite substantial. So it's something to monitor, especially in that 45% significant hail risk areas, which is again there's a one further north of Oklahoma City, up into Wichita, and then also south of Oklahoma City, near Wichita Falls, over to Ardmore. Oklahoma City, hail threat is still there. It's just ever so slightly lower. Um, but you should treat it as if there is still very large hail coming for you because that could be the case later today.
Yeah, definitely. So watch. We can kind of until it's out here.
The probabilities are
So,
90%, 80%.
which is basically just saying there's a good chance of significant tornadoes. We don't want, when people get caught up in the probabilities and stuff, that tends to lead to poor decisions. But understand that, tornado watch definitely, with it being PDS, means you could get some significant tornadoes once it decides to query here.
South of Seymour, Texas. Yeah, that Seymour,
Yeah.
Texas cell is starting to rotate here. That is
So
going to be
near
south of.
Vernon.
I'd keep an eye on that. That's headed right for Megargle. Said that right? There's not too many people that live out here, which is good, but McGargle up towards US 82, eventually headed up into the Wichita Falls, greater Wichita Falls area in Texas. Um,
So yeah, mainly we're just watching hail with this to be, honest with you. And tornado threat's a little bit low until we can get that good low level jet really ramping up there. And we have not seen that yet, but that could change soon, especially with these little cells that try to spin up. So, kind of a heads up near Vernon, you're kind of in all the middle of this. But if this exhibits more rotation, there will probably go tornado warning on it.
I'm thinking the one to watch the most right now is south of Seymour. There was a picture of it, and it's got a nice wall cloud on it right now. Right now, nothing, no tornado warnings, but a watch did just get issued. So, and this was that particularly dangerous situation watch. 3% of all watches get this designation. So be careful if you live in this watch.
So, yeah, definitely got to be aware. So, here we go. Here's the new tornado watch now out here. So that kind of purple pinkish shading, that is the particularly dangerous situation watch. So you can see this is going for 11 p.m. So through 11 p.m. tonight, we have to watch for the odds of significant tornadoes moving throughout there. So the SPC, of course, is calling for several tornadoes, including a few intense likely, widespread hail up to 5 inches, and a few significant wind gusts 80 miles per hour being likely. So Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, over to Elk City included. You have
All right.
Ada included. Tulsa, you're not, but I would say you pretty much are since you're right on that. Even near Bartlesville, they got hit by an EF4 earlier this year. Or kind of not even earlier this month rather, they got hit by that. And then up to Enid into Woodward, even parts of southern Kansas, Wichita, into Winfield to Anthony included with that there. So some significant stuff, definitely.
Yeah. All right, I'm back now. I come back to see DVD size hail possible.
So
It's back.
gotta keep a very close eye. You do have some cells to the south. They're gonna try to push into the region, but they haven't quite done that just yet, which is good. But no,
Yeah.
if we do get a tornado warning, we will be right on that. I'm gonna fix this box so it actually
Yeah.
shows up a lot better.
We do have a very tiny blip forming on the very far north side of the Texas Panhandle.
That's not
Very,
gonna do
very,
much.
really not do much, but we do have a new storm developing though between the Abilene severe and the other severes to the north near Anson, something to watch out for. We're gonna obviously get more storms developing in the Texas area as we go along, but yeah, we're basically just waiting for this main risk to really kick it off now. This is all just a waiting game, but it's a waiting game you shouldn't wait for. So make sure you're taking your necessary precautions. A lot of these storms already have considerable hail to them, and that tore possible in Seymour. A little bit more interesting storm near the Crowell area. It's making its way towards Vernon. Um, Watch out for that one as well. It's got a small forming lowering from what I heard. And again, watch out for that Abilene one. It's still there. It's got an interesting looking development to it. It's still tour possible on that. So for now, it's
Um,
mostly just going to be a hail threat and toiling with some small spin ups for a bit.
Survivor 99, cities heat, they don't really do urban heat island. I don't think there's been too many studies, and we haven't really seen much in terms of that dragging in tornadoes and causing them to increase in intensity. Uh, I there's no real correlation there, so no big worry about that. However, it doesn't mean tornadoes can't go into a city, and so we hope that that doesn't happen, but it could today.
And it's definitely happened before. I mean, think back to a few of the other ones. I think Oklahoma City had a tornado that kind of went through, 2015, and then definitely a few others. So
Yep. Again, we're just watching these storms fire to the south. I'm closely watching this one near Seymour. It has a fairly nice area of rotation. This is going to be south of Seymour, Texas, headed for McGargle and Archer City in the long term. So these cells are going to be interesting. This is the southern end of that complex of storms that are producing hail and damaging winds, headed right for the Wichita Falls area and anywhere there near along the Red River from Wichita Falls up to Frederick, Oklahoma. Anyone who lives there, you got
A
big
new
storms
tornado
coming.
warning
Make sure
has
to
been
stay
issued.
indoors. No tornado warning, so you don't need to really get to that safe
actually,
spot.
that's a new
Stay away
tornado
from it.
warning for Baylor County. So
Oh, there it is.
we're gonna gear
That
up
is
to tornado mode here. I will say, I think that's our middle.
that is that cell that's headed right for McGargle. So you're not in the warning right now in McGargle, but you are just outside of it and it's coming right in that direction.
So
So please treat it as if you are in a warning. If anyone knows people who live in the town of McGargle and anyone anyone especially on the west side of McGargle, there is a potential uh, tornado that could be forming with this storm
yeah, few roads
moving along.
with it. So you have 283, 114 McGargle. You're not in the warning, and this could definitely change before it impacts you. But it is moving about 26 miles per hour. It'd be definitely another 30 minutes before you have to worry about it. But Go ahead and pull up a storm track for it here. So this is the rotation they're warning for. Again, like we said before, when these colors get very close together, right along 283, that's when you have a possible tornado, and that's when ultimately you have to start watching it. And we'll pull on a storm track and some times of arrival here. So if we pull it out, that's going to be going at 26 miles per hour. So it's going to pull it past McGargle. And if we go to about 78 degrees, so talking McGargle, probably about 419, 420. So you have a little bit of time, but ultimately not all too much. You need to just be prepared in case it tries to spin up. And in all honesty, it's probably not going to do anything all too significant. But we got to watch very closely for if you can get some sort of cell interaction that can enhance its potential, of course.
Yeah, and the tornado juice that's out there, the fuel for these tornadoes, uh, is increasing as we go into the day, into the afternoon and evening hours. So definitely going to monitor this. Also, someone said in the chat is the one near Wichita Falls, which is the all of these cells really heading towards Lawton. And right now, Lawton, you're so far away from these cells. You've got like at least an hour until anything significant comes towards you. But these cells are headed in that general direction of Lawton, as was really expected today. So it's certainly something to monitor. There could be tornadic storms that move there as these move into the better environment as we get later into the day. There is a chance for them to kind of all try to go tornadic, but right now they are a little bit messy, especially on that northern side. So really just watching this one near McGargle right now. Nothing to worry about imminently in Lawton.
This one might have enhanced a little bit there. New scan, little more messy, I will say. Definitely along 283. Got to watch that pretty closely. We do have the new Oklahoma City sounding, or the new Norman, Oklahoma sounding, and kind of my main thing with this, and I'm gonna go a little bit kind of scientific, you could say, looking at this, but I want to kind of show everyone and explain what we're seeing. So let's take browser source one here once it chooses to load, and it quite hasn't done it just yet. So, and there it is. It should be on the site, 20Z. So this is what we're looking at the moment, and that's a lot of dry air, understand. And storms really don't like dry air too much, so what we're gonna need to do is kind of have a little more surface heating to maybe remove that cap a little bit. But of course, with time, this will change a little bit and maybe become more significant. But this is why we haven't been getting a lot of storms near the Oklahoma City region or even across Oklahoma so far. So I'll
Yeah.
put you guys back on live radar if you want to talk about these or this tornado. We got a new scan in and it's pretty
Yeah.
broad still.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that dry air. Um, and moisture has been really the only thing holding this back right now, from what we've seen, from really potentially becoming a much more substantial tornado outbreak. Again, it doesn't preclude tornadoes from happening. We still think that strong to even potentially violent tornadoes could happen today. But Um, if there's one saving grace, it will be that dry air. So we got to watch and see if that persists throughout the late afternoon and into the evening. Uh, right now, we don't think it will, but it very well could. So definitely monitoring that. McGargle, you're still under, well, you're not under a tornado warning, but I would extend it out to the town. There's a chance for this to spin up and produce something here very shortly as it moves to the east directly into the town of McGargle as it pushes forward. And uh, and this tornado warning isn't even in the moderate risk, so it goes to show that you don't need to be in that highest risk category to see tornadoes today. Um, it's that we think the best chance is going to be in that risk region, but not necessarily the only chance is in that risk region, which is why we have other categories that denote lower risk but still risk today. So keep that in mind if you're living in central Texas, all the way up in parts of northern Kansas, even in that enhanced risk, and over into central to eastern parts of southern Missouri. Um, yeah. You got anything to add there, Mason?
Not really, just looking at environmental stuff so we can keep everyone kind of alert with what these storms are doing. And I'm really thinking this southern threat is more of a kind of hail threat. Maybe you get a little bit of a tornado, but kind of the whole thing with it is we need to have more moisture. Storms like moisture, and we don't have a whole lot of it in the mid levels at the moment. But again, like you said, if that changes, it's pretty much go time.
Yeah. And so for people just joining in and leaving, if you
A new
could like
tornado
the stream,
warning
share the stream
has
so
been
that we
issued.
can get this out to the people who need this information the most. The YouTube algorithm will like that and push this stream out, perhaps to people who live in McGargle and are just scrolling through YouTube while it could be hailing outside. Um, they will be able to see this information and take shelter, and that's something that we're able to do that is so incredible. And we can only do it if everyone watching here helps out, and it's a free thing to do. It's just a click, and it really helps more than you know. I did see we did get a new tornado warning. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's gonna be a new tornado warning over for this cell towards the south. So near our friends over in Abilene. I'll go and pull up the radar there. So it's gonna include the Novus and Lawn area that you mentioned before, Pack. And look at that.
Yep. There's a little bit of a hook with that. It's hard to tell with velocity, based on
I do
what
have velocity
we've
pulled.
shown
It's
here.
definitely a pretty good mezzo.
Right. It has a mesocyclone. On the lower levels, there's not a lot of precipitation, so it's hard to tell exactly how much inflow this storm is just taking in, all that warm, moist air being sucked in. But there's a good chance that there's a lot of it, and so it's a classic looking supercell that is trying to rotate, and that's why they've gone ahead. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for it, and it should probably move to the south and east of Lawn. So along I-80, not I-84, sorry, along US 84 down to Novice is where this potential tornado could be heading. Well, is likely heading. So anyone who lives in these regions, or if you know people who live here, um, please tell them they need to get to shelter. They need to make those necessary precautions for today. And they need to get into the most interior room of their house, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible.
I
Um,
have you a storm track pulled here. There's not many towns, but
yeah, yeah, and make sure that you put, wear a helmet if you have it. Put anything soft over you. That could be mattresses, pillows, blankets, and that'll help keep you protected from any debris that gets thrown in. And so, yeah, we've got 4:14 uh, Central Time. That's going to be in about a half an hour. Going to be headed into the Novice region if it decides to drop a tornado. So, and we got to treat it like it will drop a tornado. That honestly, every warning today will be capable of dropping
wow.
tornadoes.
So that's our shear rate there, and it's definitely on the upper levels when you get to red. That's definitely a more severe threat. So we'll keep an eye on that, and if it goes to the yellow, which is the extreme level, that usually indicates there's some very strong rotation ongoing with it.
Yeah, and with this particular cell, if you're living out here, if you're out driving, which you should not be driving, if you can, you get to a sturdy shelter. But this will probably be quite visible, but you don't want to go and try and see it. There's probably not a lot of precipitation surrounding it, rainfall. But you don't want to go out and try to see this thing because it is moving, and it might be moving towards you if you live, especially in Novice, in Texas, a small little town there, but has some people, and we want everyone in these towns to be safe today.
Definitely.
Yeah, that does have a nice low-level mesocyclone, certainly capable.
That's a velocity product, kind of going along 84 to novice. So while we are waiting for a new radar scan, let's go back up to this other tornado warning near the Wichita Falls area, so kind of near Vernon, kind of near Frederick, those areas. We gotta watch closely for a little bit of low level spin. It is moving into a severe thunderstorm warning, so that threat's probably a lot lower than it once was before, but understand any of these little hail cores could cause some pretty substantial damage if they push through your community there. But let's go back to this Abilene storm. In all honesty, look at that hook echo that we classically look for. I mean, that is textbook. Looks like it's getting a little more messy on this newer scan. Can see kind of how it's looking on the radar. We get a new scan going. And it looks a little more broad. But if you guys have any questions, let us know here in the chat, and I'm sure
Yep.
I'll go
I
over
will.
them.
I will say that the Seymour one in Texas, just to north, I posted this in chat for you to see. There was a funnel on it for a little bit. That's that northern tornado warning. It looks a little bit interesting. It's trying its best. It had that wall cloud form way before any of these storms did. So that's the one to watch out for so far. It's in the better environment versus this other tornado warning near Abilene right now. But both of these tornado warnings look interesting to possibly produce something soon.
I do want to say our chaser out today is going to be Joshua Thomas. He did come in and let me know that he's heading south toward Chickasha and is going to wait for these storms to develop in Oklahoma.
New
And
information.
he'll be
This
giving us
tornado
updates
warning has been upgraded.
throughout the evening today. We don't have his feed, unfortunately, due to some technical difficulties, but he will be giving us vocal audio updates on stream, and I'll be relaying those to all of you so that we have ground truth and we know if a tornado is on the ground, if he is on that storm. And he will go in if anything, any sort of
Okay, so that's going to be upgraded to a
response needs to be done.
confirmed
He will.
tornado.
Confirmed. Yep.
So it is going to be confirmed by weather spotters. So this one near Lund that we have up, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Believe if that is the one that I thought it is. Is that the one to the north? I'm just trying to make
Yeah, I
sure.
have it. It's towards the
Ye-
south.
Oh, it's the south one. Okay, I'm not surprised at all
Yep.
with that one. There was probably definitely a weak tornado on it. There's no CC indicating it, but it's got good NROD on it, and it's got the rotation there to quickly do a spin up or two or a weak tornado. So
Yeah. I think I'm not entirely sure what the conditions are out in front of this, but it it, it has a pretty healthy structure to go on for some time as it
And
moves
that looks
south
more
towards
weak on the
Novice.
new scan. I mean, I really think it was a one and done type deal. They reported it and then they just upgraded it there. But
Well, it does have enough rotation to warrant at least a tornado warning it, and so we got to treat this like a tornado was on the ground, whether or not it is. And this is in Novice. This is going to be moving into Novice in the next 20 or so minutes. So keep that in mind. There's a strong mesocyclone That means you're getting a lot of rotation way up in the cloud, and that could try to sink down closer to the surface. And if it does, a tornado will form. And unless it has done that already, there's a chance it has done that already. So if you're living in these areas, you gotta treat it like there's a tornado on the ground, um, and you need to get into that safe spot. Uh, you need to get into that lowest floor and most interior room of your house. And don't be driving on these roads between lawn and
Hmm. Definitely. Um, New scan is in. It looks like rotation's a little bit more.
Definitely more weak since our live scan came
Hmm.
in.
Yeah, a lot more broader now, but this still, it's not in the greatest environment versus more north, but it's a healthy supercell and it's standalone within itself. There's nothing else impeding to it. So it's just feeding off of its own at this point, and I'm not surprised if could produce again at some point. And also a secondary threat to watch out for. It's going to be that strong hail on it. It's got up to 2.5 inch hail, which is just shy of baseball size hail. Baseball size hail is 2.75 inch hail. So, that's something to also watch out for on the northern end of this storm where the tornado warning is not in. So, yeah.
Might have got a little bit, tiny bit stronger over 84 on that new scan there. So where we're
Yeah.
watching is right about here. It's a little area of broad rotation.
We also mm, looks like if I look here, got another storm forming just to the north of all of this in Texas area near Mangum. A little bit of a blip, so we'll see if anything happens with this. But we're definitely going to get more storms developing as we go along with this. We're still waiting for that main Kansas strat to start firing away. Uh,
I want to
um,
something I want to
yeah,
do really quick. I know we have some tornado warnings going up, but just to do a broad overview of the risk area today, we have a moderate risk in place. This includes a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, which means strong tornadoes are very much on the table today. In a large area from about Wichita south to Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and Wichita Falls. Um, and those are the places really in the moderate risk for tornadoes. Springfield, Joplin, those areas in Missouri further to the north and east. You're also in a moderate risk, more likely for for wind and a little bit for hail rather than tornadoes. But all of these places are going to be seeing higher end severe weather today, most likely. Especially if storms form out here and they move through, they're going to be bringing higher end severe weather today. So uh, there's also a couple places to watch in the enhanced risk that I think are very important. There's a chance for significant severe weather to move through there as well. And I would include McKinney in that, Dallas over to Abilene. Abilene, you're getting it kind of right now. It's to your south, but there are storms forming in your general area. So that threat is starting now and probably within about an hour that will push off to the east. So if you're in Abilene, make sure you're prepared for anything to happen now. Nothing imminent, but eh, something could happen within the next hour, and then it should move off to the east. But Fort Worth, Dallas, these areas up to Denton and McKinney, there's going to be potential for significant tornadoes and some damaging winds, and also probably significant large hail as well. Um, and really, the biggest place that is within the main risk today is going to be the Oklahoma City metro down to Norman and Chickasha. And that is exactly where one of our chasers is going into Chickasha. And we'll have updates from him.
So
throughout the.
yeah, that was the risk area that we're kind of watching. We're up to two tornado warnings, so that's a tornado warning for the north storm here. I really think the threat went down a little bit, but they're going to continue until basically the top of the hour. It is in the McGargle area now, but understand that you're probably just getting a hail threat with that storm. But our main tornado warning confirmed is with this cell here, which I don't think we have any reports on just yet, but it is there nonetheless.
Let's see here. Yeah,
Yeah.
this cell is now moving past lawn. Um, so if you're in lawn, stay hunkered down for the next 10 minutes or so, and then you can probably get out of your safe spot for now. I don't think there's going to be too much coming after this, but it's still headed for Novice, especially on the north side of Novice. People who live north of that small little town there in these farmsteads, you got to be paying attention. There's a dangerous thunderstorm headed for you that could drop a tornado. If not, it has a tornado on the ground.
And here's the shear rate on it. So this is south of Lawn, north of Novice. And I'll query some of the points on it. That's a little bit concerning there. So this area, yeah, some weak rotation with that, but definitely the center part has some probably strong rotation that we're watching right in the middle of that there. We'll see if it holds on the new one.
Yeah, and there's quite a few storms that are headed
Okay,
right
yep.
for Wichita Falls, and
So
they
real
have
quick,
just some damaging winds and large hail.
this just got, I think that might be some, yeah, that's an extreme rotation point. So we're gonna focus on this a little bit more. This is about the highest level we can get on this product here, and that indicates this is a very strong mesocyclone pushing towards kind of north of the Novice area. See, it's very large. It's has a lot of motion with it, I'll tell you. But our shear tracker has just hit that highest point it possibly can. So, if you guys have any reports, definitely bring them up. But that could
There was a
bring some
tornado
issues.
report by a train spotter about 10 minutes ago when this warning just got issued, especially when it went observed. So there was a supposed
Yeah.
tornado on the ground, and there might be another one here very shortly. A
I will
nice
say,
strong cyclone on it. I think it could.
w- I will say, it looks like the hook is moving a little bit more north towards the storm. So on the bright side, Novice still be in your safe place, but Novice and Silver Valley, you might be spared.
A new
But this
tornado
is right
warning
over.
has been
Oh,
issued.
new tornado warning
That's gonna be for
for
Pennsylvania there.
Pennsylvania. Interesting.
We're gonna go to that in a quick second, but this has a very strong mesocyclone. I just want to reiterate that. I mean, that could cause some issues.
I guess I misspoke earlier. There was another storm headed for Pittsburgh. Uh, I I don't know exactly why they warned it. It doesn't look that great on radar, but perhaps there's a spotter out there reporting some sort of wall cloud or some sort of a funnel that could drop to the ground. This is going to be to the west of Pittsburgh, probably not going through the city, but it might stay on the western suburbs near the radar. So Pittsburgh, you're not under a tornado warning in Pennsylvania, but there is one to the west, moving into the uh, Frankfort Springs area. This is going to be along US 30 between Finlay Township and Hookstown. So anyone who lives between those areas, you're under a tornado warning. So please get to shelter. I don't think that this is going to be too significant, but there is a chance for a tornado here, and it's going to be moving uh, into very populated areas of western Pittsburgh as we move into time.
Okay, so that's a new updated scan. Looks a
Oh
little bit
wow.
weaker, but more tight.
I do want to point out. I know I'm gonna pivot now towards that to the tornado warned storm in Pennsylvania. If you look at, it's right near Pittsburgh actually. If you look on Pittsburgh's terminal, it's actually got a nice hook to that. Though it looks very interesting to possibly do something. This area has been getting pretty unlucky with random tornadoes the past couple of days, but it does have a hook on that low
I
Yeah,
precedent
guess
there
we'll
is.
go take a look at that one for a little bit. I am still concerned that that one might drop a tornado, though, and I think that's our higher priority at the moment. But we can look at
I
this
think
one
we could
for a
pivot for
brief second.
about a minute or so, but because once the new scan comes in for this
Is it
Texas
this
one,
little area that they warned?
yeah, it's that right by Pittsburgh. It's right by the terminal
I
radar.
think I have it. Yeah, it's this very low. Let me try to go up in tilts. Yeah, that's not giving me any information. Uh, we can check our rotation tracker. No, that's not going to give us any good information. But I mean, if there's anything, we would see it on this new scan. We'll let the new live scan come in, and if this increases and it gets a little bit stronger, we could possibly have something. But I'm just not seeing
Yeah.
that at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But anyone who's in that polygon, you got to take it seriously. Like there
Oh
is
yeah.
on the ground coming for you. So please get the shelter. And I want to do a quick reminder of what I mean by get to shelter. So um, that is, you need to get into your lowest floor of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. You need to stack mattresses. If you've got mattresses, pillows, blankets, anything soft, put it over your head so that any debris that may get pushed into you will be cushioned by that. Um, if you have a helmet, that's also going to help protect your head. That's going to be doing the best for you. Um, if you have a basement, you need to get into that basement. That is a best case scenario, a basement or storm shelter made for tornadoes. That is going to be the place where you're going to be able to be the safest from a tornado that might drop over your location.
Yeah.
And
And
a whistle with you. Bring a closed-toed
A new
shoes with you.
tornado
And
warning
the reason
has
I
been
say
issued.
a whistle is because if a tornado hits and you're covered with debris, and you're trapped and you're screaming out for help, your voice might go out, and uh, you're gonna want to use that whistle about 10 or so minutes after the tornado hit, so
um,
that uh, emergency services and anyone who's coming
mhm.
to get people out are going to be able to hear that, and the whistle is going to be louder than your voice will ever be. So
Yep.
very important to bring. And also
And
um, make sure to if you're driving out here, get into a sturdy shelter if you can.
mhm.
If you can't, just drive into a ditch. It sounds crazy, but the ditch is going to make it so that your car will not is least likely to get lofted by a tornado. That's
Yep.
just the science of it. And don't drive under an overpass.
Yeah,
And
definitely don't do that.
we do have an extension of that tornado warning from the Seymour storm now affecting McGargel and all the way up into near the Windthorst area. I hope I said those right. Very interesting town names. So make sure you're in your safe place if you're in this warning, and also because we haven't really talked about it that much, we do have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds near the Frederick area. These are
So
straight line winds,
that
so that
might
is
be on the
something.
ground in PA. So that's gonna be north of Frankfurt Springs. It's really not impacting a whole lot. I'm gonna put on our state roads.
No, I know this area. On the bright side, it's very hilly like.
But if
That's got
there's
a
anyone
very
there, that's still
interesting
a
hook.
tornado, and that could still have some issues.
Yeah, that's something to definitely watch out for. Terminal radar shows some pretty good velocity on that. Might have a little weak tornado on the ground. And then going back real quick. quick
Um,
to that
So
Frederick
there's the roads. It's about to
scenario.
be over State Road 18 very soon if it's on the ground in Pennsylvania. Uh, that's the areas that we're watching very closely. I'll label some of these for you. So you have State Route 18, US Highway 30, up to State Route 151, and that's your area of rotation.
yeah, I do want
Yeah.
to go back to that warning that Jacob was mentioning. There's an area, a front of very strong winds approaching the Frederick radar. This is near Frederick and Hollister. It's just moved through Davidson.
A new
We've got
tornado warning
these
has been
crazy
issued.
downdrafts today that are cooling the atmosphere
Um,
and pushing that cold air forward in
the
the front line of the storm. I saw some sort of tornado warning was issued there.
for this
I'll get
storm
to
we're
that in a
actually
minute.
talking about.
I'll get to that in a minute. But there is anyone who lives in Hollister, Frederick, Manitou, all of these areas. Extremely dangerous situation, very strong winds with these storms. And in addition to that, especially in Frederick and Manitou, there is a now tornado warning for a potential rotation on the backside of this. Really approaching the radar. This is going to be further to the west if Mason can pull that up. It's a pretty tight area of rotation, small but tight. And it looks quite similar to what we have in Pennsylvania right now. It's going to be
Oh, there it
approaching US
is.
183. So don't be
Little
driving
area of
on it.
rotation. There's your wind we're talking about. So you're along there, probably gonna have wind, but right there is a potential tornado spin up. So two main areas.
Yep.
Watch.
So this is a very windy, windy storm. And no matter where you are, you got to treat it as if, honestly, that there is a tornado on the ground. Because that's the kind of wind we're going to see out of this. This will knock down trees, cause power lines to fall, or to trees, if there's any trees out here, to fall into power lines. I'm not sure of the terrain. I don't think there's too many trees, but um, it's a dangerous storm. And we got to make
that
sure we're
m-
taking it seriously.
that might be on the ground, by the way. The one that's heading straight towards Frederick, very small CC possibly, but it's so close to the radar, it's kind of hard to tell.
Oh, I'm gonna wait for another scan and then we can line it up
Yeah,
here.
but
So that's the new
if
one. More
you're
prod.
in the Frederick area though, you need to be in the safe place immediately. That might be a possible
So
tornado on the ground.
what
It's
we're
got
watching
stronger
is for colors to
rotation.
correlate. So when this
Yeah, I
updates
think there
and
is.
we see these little colors very bright over this circle, there might be a tornado, but this is not the correct scan. So we're gonna wait for a new Doppler beam to come around.
I'm thinking there
Hmm.
is a tornado on the ground, um, based on differential reflectivity ZRN.
And it's
Let me
very
see.
possible, but we just don't have any full confirmation, unfortunately.
Again, that Abilene cell is rotating quite well. This is south of Abilene, so you're not in this. It might be trying to recycle here shortly because it has a nice mesocyclone. I expect it to go for a little while. And especially since the conditions for tornadoes are only going to improve as we go into the afternoon.
Yep. So if I can zoom out on this here, I want to go ahead and take look at our other tornado warning that we were on. This was a confirmed tornado for a little bit, but since then I think our rotation has gone down. I mean that's still there, so we got to be watching this a little bit as it
Now,
pushes up towards the north.
we do have these warnings that we need to focus and hyper focus on, especially if there's tornadoes on the ground. And that does include that Pennsylvania warning. But still, again, if anyone here is watching and they want to know a specific forecast for their location, please drop it in the chat.
Definitely. So next scan on this really not showing a whole lot, but if I'm north of 84, I'm keeping an eye on that.
Yeah,
Go back to the
and
Frederick Doppler and see what it's showing. That's
mhm.
way more broad than it was.
And balloon data is now loading in per my buddy. So we'll get balloon data for the Oklahoma area in just a bit, but we're already seeing storms um, start to go. So
So
I'm sure you guys are very
velocities
weather aware.
here. So if I'm looking for
Whoa,
a CC drop, be right about
it's a
there, and I'm
good
not
hook
seeing the
on
thing
that.
cut clear. That is 100% on the ground. And yeah, new scan confirms that it's not quite on the ground right now, but definitely head of Frederick. Gotta
Definitely
watch.
look. It definitely looked like it was for a couple minutes, but
Probably gonna get some serious radar attenuation here in a second, or tad bit.
yeah, not a great area to really be having a tornado. It's
So
hard
it's
for us to
moving
really tell.
along 5 right now. I mean, it's fully embedded in itself, so you're not gonna see this thing.
I also do want to note that the one near Goldsboro, the southern one, might be on the ground very soon. If you look at the velocity, we have a small little thing going on just north of Goldsboro on that Tour R that they did continue. They said it was on the ground. It's just very weak, but it looks a little bit stronger now on these scans. And I believe that will impact. On the bright side, doesn't look like the rotation that might have a possible tornado on it since going to impact much. I'm looking at the satellite, mostly just some ranches up ahead. So make sure you guys are in your safe place and weather aware for that one just to the south, just north of Goldsboro and Novice.
Do
So
you have an SVR for Montana, by the way? So I'd
that
bring
is
that up.
the most random SVR of all time.
But definitely, if you're up there, I'd keep an eye on the conditions.
Keep an eye on it as the smallest SVR storm too. But yeah, definitely interesting to see that and watch for. Yeah, no, this is no
Yeah.
CC
So
on it yet for the Goldsboro one, but it definitely got that rotation on it to drop.
which one is that?
That's the one just to the south, the one where they kept Tor R. If you look at the velocity, it's got something nice going on with it.
So new
Just to the
scan on
north.
Frederick. That's pretty broad. I mean,
It
go to
is pretty
there.
broad.
That's your rotation. If it lets me move, and we'll just put on this velocity. I know it's very hard to see because it's just not really there, but that's the rotation that pushes up.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. There seems to be two areas of rotation with our southernmost storm, which is probably going to stay to the north of Novice. So if you're in Novice, you can get out of your safe spot. I think you're going to be all good. And there's not really a whole lot of other towns out here, just some roads. US 283 in the long term may be impacted by this storm, but there is certainly some hail, and that's headed right for Cross Plains. So if you know anyone who lives in Cross Plains, a dangerous storm is coming for them, and it could produce a tornado fairly soon. But mainly a hail producer right now. And
Yeah,
some
Yeah.
pretty
wind as well.
much.
70-mile-per-hour winds. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
So I do pull up the local stations in Oklahoma so we can kind of
A new tornado warning
get an
has
idea
been
if any of
issued.
their storm chasers are on it.
Yeah, our storm chaser is down in Chickasha, so nothing there right now. But these all of these storms are kind of headed in that direction, so we'll see if they start to rotate a little bit more, and we'll have a chaser on the ground so that we're prepared, and we'll give you that ground truth.
mm-hmm. Looks like there are some people in Seymour, and that's the one. Not Seymour. I'm sorry. The McGargle storm. Hope I say that right. It sounds
Yeah,
weird,
this
but
one, I think they're going to cancel the Frederick.
They might cancel. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna cancel the Frederick one.
Still strong winds though, but
It looked like it produced off before the merger is
it
what it
might have.
looked
I
like.
just don't think it really hit much.
No, it didn't
And
really hit
they
much.
do
It's all
have
open
nine has
fields.
a storm chaser in Frederick, and they're not seeing much with it.
No, and that new that other tornado warning earlier is now the southern one near Abilene, and it's now radar indicated, and it's actually showing that this goes more northward. Interestingly, more towards the near the Putnam area. Or later on, looks like so far there's nothing really much in that risk. I think the only town to really worry about is Roden outside the zone, but there's only about 577 people in this. But still be weather aware if you're in this, or if you're not, be aware that you could be impacted by this storm later down the road. It is very interesting that Hook was embedding, and now it's just all over the
So
place.
there's some of the rotation we're watching. And this is with
Mm,
the previous confirmed tornado.
yep. And yeah, I mean, very interesting. It looks like from that Pennsylvania one, they might let it expire soon. So for my Pennsylvania people, doesn't look very good, but still be aware the storm is heading towards more populated areas in Pennsylvania. But just a quick update on that one. We're going to mostly just focus on the ones to the south now. And again, for the Frederick people, we still, despite having that tornado warning possibly expire soon, we still have that 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds. Straight line winds are pretty strong. I mean, 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds is Category 1 hurricane levels. So you need to be very weather aware, need to be in a safe area, not particularly. Um, you don't need to particularly be underground for straight line winds. You are
Just
in a
be
tornado
interior
warning.
room, lowest level.
Interior room, and don't be like right up against a window. That's basically it for the most part. Just be aware of that situation because those winds do look like they're kicking, especially with this merger going on, trying to take place. Then I think the other ones to be aware of is Hollister, Chattanooga, Faxton, Cache, Schneider, Mountain
But yeah,
Park, and then up
this
ahead,
tornado warning, this
Medicine
rotation's
Park.
very broad now.
Yeah, it's very broad now. At this point, I was just covering what to watch out for the
I mean,
wind.
like you said before, though, look at that. That's some strong winds pushing into Tipton.
Mm-hmm. Those are definitely some strong winds pushing in there.
I'll
And
query a few points, but yeah, 70s, few 60s.
yeah, it's definitely something to watch out for. I mean, straight line winds can do some pretty hefty damage. I mean, I think a lot of people saw what happened in Houston not too long ago. Then, of course, the Kansas one. Uh, Iowa had a wind risk later down the line near the Illinois area. We had some power lines down with that one. You know, it can knock out your power. It can blow out your windows. It can take shingles off your roof. It could do worse, but that's something to be very aware of. I mean, he could do about as much damage as a weak tornado can, so it's something to be very aware of. I don't think there's anything too much to write home about right now, other than keeping watch of the southern tornado warning, which has been the only one that's produced a tornado, possibly besides possibly a spin up in Frederick that is near Frederick that's sent lifted. But it doesn't look too impressive on the newer scans. The southern one, in fact, it looks very disorganized. Um, Especially, yeah, it just doesn't look that good anymore. but it's still a classic supercell that you should be keeping an eye on. But it's definitely not in the more favorable environment versus the others up to the north that we need to watch out for over the next hour or two. And one last check for my Pittsburgh people. Just for the heck of it, doesn't look like there's anything going on with this one, though they did extend that. They did continue that tornado warning, so just be aware if you're near Finley Township in Robinson. This is gonna be right off the highway near Pittsburgh area, especially North Fayette Township, San Diego, Imperial Inlow, McDonald, Midway, Oakdale, you name it. Just be aware for that tornadic threat across the Pennsylvania area.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. And yeah, it
So,
doesn't look that great on the Frederick one. So just looks like we're in a bit of a odd period of waiting to
yeah,
see what happens. Nothing too crazy, impressive. Just a waiting game,
yeah, we're
minus the
just
wind
waiting
threat.
here for these storms to go tornadic.
Yeah, I mean
Again,
they're
the
nothing but wind
favorable
bags.
tornado time is not for another hour and a half to 2 hours or so, and
If
then
you
Mm,
it'll
guys want to go over watches, I'll go ahead and pull those up here since we have a few to go over.
mm.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, you do that, Pack. I gotta just like real quick.
All right. Let me see here. So we do have a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch for much of central Oklahoma up into southern Kansas. And this is affecting areas such as Ardmore up to Oklahoma City, Clinton, Hobart. Is that Hobart? I can't even read that. Altus up to Ponca City. And again, this does include Wichita and Medicine Lodge up in Kansas. So, what a particularly dangerous situation Tornado Watch means is we have a higher chance than normal to see strong, long track tornadoes rather than just, a tornado here or there. A few tornadoes are likely and several intense tornadoes are possible. So essentially, about 3% of all tornado watches get this kind of designation from the Storm Prediction Center, which means we and the experts at the Storm Prediction Center really think that the storms today are going to be capable of stronger and longer lived tornadoes compared to a typical sort of May outbreak or May even even just a typical May severe weather day. And so uh, it is very important if you live here to really know your plan for what you're going to do if a tornado warning is issued now. Like, figure that out now. Know it well in advance of any warning that gets issued for you because um, as soon as that warning gets issued, there's a good chance that a tornado could be on the ground with that warning. And so you won't have much time at that point to get prepared and get in your safe spot. So you got to be ready to do that in case a warning is issued. Now there is another. Is that a tornado watch to the south of that, Mason?
Yeah, that is going to be a tornado watch, and that was the first one that was issued.
Right. So we do have another tornado watch. This is probably for slightly less chance of tornadoes, but this does include that cell that did just produce a tornado there south of Abilene. And Um, so it goes to show that there's the chance for tornadoes is lower, but it's still there. From San Angelo up to Abilene, this also includes, uh, is it
Kind of
Stephenville?
mainly the, yeah,
Yeah, just
Stephenville
the
area,
the
those
very
regions.
central part of Texas there, north of Austin and Junction. So the people in those regions from San Angelo rather to Abilene and then a little bit north of there. Lower tornado risk, but still there. And we got to be prepared for that. Especially, I think the hail risk is going to be quite significant with these storms. compared to tornado or wind risk. Um, and further to the north, the wind risk seems to be verifying pretty well. So there is definitely that wind risk and really the all hazards threat with that particularly dangerous situation. This watch, the one to the south, will be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Time, and the particularly dangerous situation watch until 11 p.m. Central Time. But the westernmost counties, they will likely cancel earlier on from that time period once the storms move through and the environment passes. So the westernmost areas are kind of seeing it now, and then it'll move into Oklahoma City in the next 2-3 hours as the tornado threat really ramps up too. So keep that in mind if you live there, if anyone lives there.
Very important
On
to
the
note,
chat,
definitely.
I just really want to say quickly, please feel free to ask us for a forecast for your location. Be happy to do something a little more specific to where you guys live. And another thing is if you can like and share this stream so that we can push it out the information far and wide. Uh, it'll help the YouTube algorithm, and you'll be indirectly helping the people who are in the path. Because if someone goes on YouTube, sees our stream, and they click on it, and then they see that they're suddenly in a tornado warning like that, um, and we'll be telling them what to do, that might help save their life. Crazy how much of an impact that could have. And so if you do share and like the stream, that is going to help push it out to those people who could be in the path of these storms. It would really help. Yep. So that's it for the watches now. Um, I, I do want to mention that hail in these storms very significant, up to 5 inches really. And wind's going to be up to 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour here or there, especially on the northern side of this risk. The wind is really going to be the overarching threat up there. Now, right now, nothing is really, again, we're kind of in that in between period. Nothing's really rotating too much. We do have 3 tornado warnings, um, but they're not too significant right now. Um, I don't think there's really any tornadoes on the ground, but we got to treat all these warnings like there could be tornadoes on the ground. Uh, the most concerning one to me is this southernmost one, considering how it looks. And it is headed for Cross Plains. Now, it might go to the south of Cross Plains, Texas, but it will certainly bring some very large hail to that town. So if anyone knows people who live in that town or you live in that town and you're watching this, please be sure to stay indoors away from windows because you don't want that hail to be crashing into your window and you're there and that glass breaks and it's just not a good situation. And actually, a severe thunderstorm warning did just get issued for that extended out. That would bring 1.5 inch hail. That's uh, what's the size of that, Mason? I totally
Uh,
forgot.
for what?
1.5 inch hail.
So, kind of hail size wise, if we're talking, you're getting a penny size at about 75. Once you get
Ping-pong.
to about 1.50 inches, you see ping pong. Hen size is 2. You got tennis balls at 2.50. Baseballs are 275, and kind of your top notch is 4.50. Then you got some grapefruits.
Right. And actually, there is a chance today that we could be seeing hail as high as 5 inches, which goes above grapefruits, and that's DVD-sized hail. I can't even imagine DVDs falling out of the sky, hitting my house. That's going to do damage to your house. That'll take off shingles, any sort of not so sturdy structures that you have within your house. Uh, that could do some serious damage, and not to mention the considerable amount of damage that can be done to cars that are driving out here. So within any of these hail risks, you got to be paying attention, uh, especially if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning for significant hail. Cars are going to, you don't want to be driving out here in these storms.
Now, I will say though, I want to talk about some saving graces here. If this continues and spreads over most of the area, the threat might be a little limited. So that's something to note.
Mm. We do have a few cells firing the Oklahoma Panhandle. Those are going to be our main Kansas cells. As they push eastward, they may pose a threat for damaging winds and potentially some tornadoes and large hail as well. Um, I don't really have much to say right now here, Mason.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
pretty
we
quiet.
still gotta really watch all of these. If we go down to no tornado warnings, what we're gonna probably do is get rather our information together and just leave it on radar for a little bit so we can come back with more of a general idea of what's going on. Since right now they're not really doing all too much, and we can come back at the push of a button. So if you guys want to do that, we can.
Uh,
And if there's
Jacob,
another warning.
Jacob had left, but we're gonna be here for a little bit longer. I yeah, I don't really have too much to say right now. Still watching that cell south of Abilene. That's going to be the one that I'm most curious about right now. If it decides to recycle, which it might. The tornado threat really hasn't started yet, so it's just worth noting. So, someone's asking in the chat about tomorrow and into Monday. You want to do a quick look at that, Mason?
Yeah, I'll pull up the risks for you and understand to know what's gonna fully happen tomorrow. Today has to play out, and I think you can elaborate on that a little bit more as to why that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, well, we really have no idea how these storms are going to play out today. Models try to handle it, but they're not equipped. We don't have enough computing power. The math isn't advanced enough so that we can figure out exactly what storms are going to do today. And that's going to have a huge impact on tomorrow because what storms do is they modify their environments. They drop incredible amounts of rain, and that can push out cold air from the backside, and that does a couple. It does a lot to the atmosphere, but one main thing is it forms these things called outflow boundaries, and that's just outflow of air moving away from the storm, and that is colder air that could be in one spot on a model, but in reality, it's happening somewhere totally different. And that has a huge impact on storm formation tomorrow and the environment for tomorrow. So it is quite uncertain what's going to happen tomorrow, and that's something we're going to have to um, keep in mind if we do look at modeling for tomorrow's risk. And Monday, it just becomes even more uncertain because tomorrow there is a risk for storms to do, a similar thing today where they do modify their environment.
Definitely. So here's some of the risks and the levels associated with them. So let's see here. So if you're near Owensboro, if you're near the Indianapolis area, you're in a level 3 out of 5 risk for significant weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. And then this is a level 2 out of 5 risk area for parts of Memphis, Chattanooga. You have Kansas City. Then the level 1 out of 5 risk surrounds much of the area for pretty much the same thing, just not really significant tornadoes. But we have to wait for the actual risk to play out before we can fully see what will happen tomorrow. But of course, a lot of stuff can change, and that's something we have to watch.
Yeah, particularly 27378 zip code. That's going to be in North Carolina. The better risk is going to be probably for Monday
Monday,
over your
I
region.
do
That
have
would
that
be
up.
Monday.
That's gonna be
Yeah,
the risk.
yeah. There's some risk, a little bit of a slight risk over your location. I believe it's. Let me see. It's going to be located near Greensboro. You are in the slight risk for Monday, and definitely there is that threat for probably all hazards. And so keep an eye on it, especially because it's Memorial Day. It may impact travel and Memorial Day plans. So make sure to be watching the your local news networks, your local National Weather Service office to keep up with the latest information.
But currently over Oklahoma, it's a wind and hail threat for right now, and that might limit our threat a little bit as we go on throughout the day. Uh, especially for these areas, that can change, and it's a little bit of a mix you got to work through.
Yeah, the environment is still favorable, becoming more favorable, but we are waiting to see if these storms go a little more tornadic right now, and they're not. So just waiting around.
Definitely.
Uh, Again, something that was mentioned earlier, if these Texas storms can prevent some of the better moisture, and particularly send out that cold, again, that cold outflow into Oklahoma, and there is that chance, especially now the way we're seeing these storms fire, there is that chance that these storms could inhibit the environment further north into Oklahoma, which would be a saving grace today for sure, from much more significant severe weather. You got anything to say there, Mason?
Not really. I think what we're gonna do is I think it's better if we gather some information while it's calm for right now, and then come back with some more info, and just leave the live local radar up here.
Yeah, and if anyone joining does have questions, please ask them in the chat because we will answer them. We'll come back and answer them, and we'll also answer in the chat, making sure that everyone here is prepared for what's coming or what could be coming later.
So if we don't have any questions, I think we can kind of move over to that automated mode.
new tornado warning has been issued. new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued. New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded. New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded. New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so we actually have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning that was. This technically does not include the town of Windhorst, but it had just passed through the town. There are chasers confirming that there's a tornado on the ground headed for Bellevue and south of Henrietta in Texas. This is all in Texas now. I'm going to move my camera down a little bit. This is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. Was it just brought down?
The good news is it's not going over much at the moment,
Yep.
and currently I see the tornado. It is a probably a little larger than a rope right now.
Yeah, but either way, there's a tornado on the ground here headed for anyone who lives between Windhorst and Bellevue in Texas, south of Henrietta. So this is all south of the Red River. So anyone south of the Red River, um, in these areas south of Wichita Falls, you need to be getting into shelter immediately. You need to be paying attention. You need to get into the lowest floor of your house. That's the most interior room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible.
Man, that is a
Throw on a
beautiful
helmet.
tornado.
Throw on a helmet. Throw on um, some soft materials above you, like a mattress or a pillow, several pillows, blankets. That's all going to protect you from this tornado. And make sure to bring a whistle with you, closed-toed shoes, especially if you're like right in the path of this. And no one should be driving on these roads between Bowie and Henrietta because uh, if you are driving on these roads, you need to just simply um, keep an eye on it, keep this stream up, and pay attention. And if the tornado seems to be coming right for you, you need to drive into a ditch. It sounds crazy, but that is going to be what keeps you alive and keeps your car from being sucked up into the tornado. Stay away from underpasses. Um, you need to not go underneath an overpass. And uh, we're just making sure, hopefully, not too many people live out here, but those that do, it's a pretty bad situation that could be coming in. We kind of just started coming back here because we were just monitoring what was going on, and now we have something that is quite interesting and could do some damage to these people who live out here. And it is on the ground, confirmed by chasers. I think it is in a halfway decent environment so far. Storms have not produced a whole lot, but the environment is improving with time. And this is on the very southern end of that moderate risk. Anything to say, Mason?
Not really. Last view we had, it was a cone tornado.
Okay, so for people watching, please like and share this stream so that the people in this warning, hopefully they see this on YouTube or see some stream on YouTube, some way of knowing that there's a tornado headed for them. Um, Based on the latest scan, it looks a little bit less impressive than earlier, but regardless, this could go on for a while, and we need to make sure that these people know that there's a very significant storm coming for them producing a tornado. Again, this is south of Wichita Falls. It's going to be headed for Highway 148 and 172, small little junction there, and then eventually US 287. That'll be kind of the more major road that it hits, or it comes toward. There is also at least some mesocyclonic rotation with this storm up in Arnett, which is way up in North Oklahoma. So we've got storms firing up in Kansas as well, all along, all the way up through the enhanced risk in Kansas. Some storms are firing, so they're now going to be moving into an environment that is capable of producing tornadoes, damaging wind, hail, all of the above. So we got to be out here paying attention. Just kind of watching, waiting for the latest scan. And we have it pulled on stream here. Latest scan did come in. It looks a little bit, not quite as significant as earlier, but it could be probably on the ground. Something I want to point out is the way to read what you're looking at right now on screen. You've got Windhorse there to the left of where our rotation is. Um, and the radar is going to be up to the top left of the screen. So essentially, the greens you're seeing on the screen are going to be the radar is picking up on rain that is moving toward the radar, or hail, hydrometeors moving toward the radar, and the red is moving away from the radar. So you can approximate that there's probably in between those two um, moving perpendicular to the radar, and we can't really see that out. The radar can't pick up on something that's perpendicular to the beam, but you can extrapolate and interpolate that there is solid area of rotation here with a potential tornado that was on the ground and could be still on the ground.
So here's your shear tracker. It's relatively weak, it's showing now, but if that ramps up on the new scan, we'll see that change.
Yeah, there's still a nice hook echo on it, so I would watch it. Worth noting, though, that the cell to the west of it, which had been going strong for a while, has actually died out almost entirely. So that's either an indication of the environment or potentially a chance for this to take over. So it could be really either two things. Uh, we really don't know what's going to happen with it. We just got to assume there's a tornado on the ground headed for Bellevue, south of Henrietta. So take shelter now. Anything to say, Mason?
Not really, I'm trying to look at this environment.
In the long term, this will probably head in the direction of Bowie. More than likely, it'll go north of Bowie, but Montag, Nakona, headed almost directly for the town of Nakona in Texas. Um, Fairly populous town from the look of it. So people who live out here, please pay attention. You're not in a warning right now, but if this does become a long track supercell, it could produce a tornado over that location as well. Yeah, this does have some pretty interesting velocities. Interestingly enough, Mason, a lot of those storms that were headed up towards Oklahoma City that were spreading that rain, cool air have died out.
Interesting.
There's a couple still going, but probably mostly anvil debris now, which is interesting. I don't know what that'll mean for later, whether or not the environment has been used, but we're still expecting the main tornado risk to not start for another maybe hours or so.
Where's Selling, Oklahoma? If you know.
Selling?
Yeah.
I do not. I can look it up.
Let's
How do you spell it?
see. Uh, Seilling.
Um, it's going to be north, near Vichy. So that's going to be over here. This storm near Arnett.
So that's near Arnett.
Yes, it's quite up there, and that does have a somewhat of a good look to it. But right now, Sealing is not quite in the warning, and that is just a severe thunderstorm warning again, mainly for significant large hail. For Sharon, Mutual, Moreland, Vichy, Arnett. It's moved through Arnett at this point. Fargo and Gage,
I
you're
mean, you
also in
see
the
that
warning.
clearly in that, though, near the surface. It needs to moisten a lot.
What's that?
That stilling sounding needs to moisten a lot because those temperature dew point spreads. With 90 degrees, it's going to be super hard to get anything surface-based.
Yeah. Yeah, especially, I mean, as that sun goes down, it probably will. But uh, for now, we gotta wait till then to see the threat increase in this part of Oklahoma. If
So,
anyone here watching has any questions, please ask in the chat.
rotation's
Particularly if
still a
you
bit
live nearby.
strong.
What's up?
Well, that rotation is still a little bit strong. And there it is. Pushing towards 148
A new
south.
tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning
Yeah, there's supposed
for
to be a little donut there.
on reflect. Yeah,
Yeah,
look at that. So I wouldn't be shocked if this is still on the ground.
yeah, very well could be. And this is going to be again, it's now headed away from Windhorse, but it seems to
I
be
think it's
trying
over
to
rural
deviate.
areas.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many people who live out here, but it seems to be trying to deviate a little bit up towards Henrietta. So people who live in Henrietta, stay on alert. There's a dangerous storm nearby, and there's going to be at least very large hail with it.
I want to go down to here real quick if you want to look at this. Apparently there's a broad kind of
A new
area of
tornado
spin
warning
right near
has been
Cross
issued.
Plains. And they're going to issue that new tornado warning for it. That's your rotation, though. That's pushing off towards there. Live
Oh,
Doppler. Yep, that's going to be another one.
look at that look at that
True
reflex
rate's
cam.
high, too. That very much might try to go. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it seems the rear flanking downdraft, which doesn't seem too strong, but it's kind of pushing out a little bit. But that would be where your tornado would be, right in there, right where those greens meet the reds the tightest. Crossplanes?
let me see here. Yeah, that probably is. We'll go into live scan. So that's your possible next scan, not quite there, but that may have been on our pretty much exclusive, you could say, shear tracker. There's a little bit of spin. Again, red colors means there's a lot of spin there. And yellow means there's probably a tornado about to happen, but
In that new
can't take
warning
it
that was
wrong.
issued, it includes US 183 between Rising Star and Cisco, pretty far to the south of Cisco, but includes the city of Carbon. So, small town of Carbon, people who live in these regions of Texas. This is going to be pretty far south in Texas, south central Texas. Um, Dangerous storm coming. That probably did have a tornado on the ground before and could produce another. Uh, Also headed for Gorman.
Probably is. So let's do from the actual hook echo, and we'll do from what the weather service is tracking it out with. Let's do this at 30. So that'll take it through your warning there. They have it at 68. So there's some of your storm tracks. Carbon, mainly 616 we're holding with. So you got a good bit of time, but should go north of Rising Star.
Alright, and then kind of going back up to KFDR.
Definitely see
Yeah,
that.
yeah, no
Well,
kidding.
hook.
That might be back on the ground.
Still a nice strong mezzo.
PTDS is kind of iffy on it.
I don't think we're gonna get much if it is though. Shear rates still low on the shear rate, which has been pretty accurate today.
New information.
So
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
They went Tor R on, Clay County. So they're going to Tor R that one, the Cross Plains one.
okay.
Uh,
Few other areas to note real quick
Oh,
since
no, wait. Correction. They're going
yeah,
to
it's gonna
Tor
be the
R.
one that we were
Yeah,
just on. So
yeah.
I will say real quick, this is kind of a aerial view. PDS watch, we did have a new tornado watch out until 1 a.m. for the northern areas. But if we take off this here, and we just look across the board, hail and damaging winds for these areas here. So if you're in the circle, hail damaging winds, and the same can be set up here with an isolated brief tornado. This though, if it will let me move, is going to be the main things. I think this is going to remain a hail threat right here near Woodward for right now, near Ashland, as it pushes off even this Enid cell 2. Our main tornado producers are down here, which is prompting that confirmed tornado warning. So let's zoom in on the Doppler here. You can see a clear rotational hook right about there, pushing in. Right in the middle is where you would get your possible tornado, which lines up there. I'm assuming weather spotters are confirming this. Yep, they're going to confirm a damaging tornado near 180 or 184 south. Nothing on our debris tracker, and our shear rate is still rather low. We'll see if a new scan can fix that, though. That is a confirmed tornado. So I'm mainly checking reports. If you
Yeah,
guys
Cross
have
Plains does
anything,
not look bad. I think Cross Plains is for sure on the ground right now.
we'll see on this new scan if this updates with anything major.
Headed up for Carbon in the long term. It's a nice looking supercell too.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna still keep an eye on Frederick, but I want to go down to KDYX and we'll check our shear tracker on this. And I don't know if I entirely buy that because that's your rotational couplet right there. That's moving off towards the north.
Yep. As long as that rear flank downdraft doesn't push too far in front, and essentially what that is the back end of the storm. It's a lot of downward moving air. If that pushes too much into the upward moving air in the inflow, the more moist inflow, that'll impede it. So the storm can kill itself, but as long as that doesn't happen, we should probably get a tornado out of this, if not already. Got anything to say there, Mason?
Yeah, Pack, there's a new MCD out. I know Mason is seeing that now.
Yeah.
So, threat for all severe hazards, including 4-inch hail and strong tornadoes, continues, and that'll be highlighting OKC, the southern part of Oklahoma, and like all the way down to the southern part of Oklahoma, and then the far northern portion of Texas.
Right.
I do.
But this one,
Yeah.
I want to stay on it for one more scan.
I do
There's
wonder.
a new meso forming. That might try to hand off very quickly here.
I do wonder what the implications are going to be, because we haven't had our dry line fire, have we?
Look at that shear rate.
Man,
So, might be trying Doppler lines up. Did they remove that? Confirmed. They did. So, it's no longer a confirmed tornado. Definitely some hail. That's on the ground. Look at that.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah, and that.
We line it up. Yeah, that's a tornado. We'll see if that holds on a new scan there. Basically looking for these colors to hold.
Um, but either way, if y'all know anybody in Branton, so I would say between Branton and Romley. Mason, what road is that? What highway is that?
Um,
Can you verify that real quick?
oh, yep, that's on the ground. It's
Yeah.
moving to 183.
All right. Yeah. So, 183 between Branton and Romney. Y'all need to be taking shelter now. I would be running. If we have a storm track, we can run on that. I'm gonna guess probably 5 minutes. You know,
Something like that. I'll get one up.
and if that were to maintain itself, that would be going on the north side of Branton, Texas here.
They do mention, I want to really quickly interject. They
Yeah.
do mention in that
There you
mesoscale
go.
discussion that additional development is possible to the west, to the west of these storms, the west of the ones that kind of were bringing that stuff to Wichita Falls. So there could be a second round.
Okay. And that second round is what we're definitely gonna have to watch. We don't really know how the environment is gonna favor them. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
like that is the real question mark. Is when they fire along the dry line, what kind of environment are we gonna have out ahead of them? But right now we've got kind of a more leading concern here, as we've got a tornado on the ground headed toward Branton. Texas. Uh, I
Yeah.
would be shocked if they
Yeah.
don't confirm that here in a moment.
Yep. Um, yeah. So for people who live in these regions, Carbon, Gorman, north of Rising Star, uh, and if you're driving these regions, so if you're driving, you got to get down into the lowest floor of your house. You need to get into the most interior room away from windows. Um, if you're if you're driving, make sure to try to get to a sturdy shelter. If you really can't, then just drive into a ditch and wait out the storm. Unless you're, I mean, I guess if you're way out just past this near Gorman, you're okay for now. You can, if you're driving south, I would drive south. But if you're in this warning and you're anywhere near this thing, you need to drive into a ditch, get away, get into. Oh, if you can get into a shelter, get into a shelter. Don't be driving under an overpass.
So here's some roads, Pack, if you want to go over them real quick. Let me go and put those up for you. So here's just a few. And it's going over right now. It is on the ground.
Yeah, so we've got County Road 376, uh,
Yeah, that's
231
large.
there. Yeah, some of these roads popping on stream here. These are the areas now. It's just moved forward. It's passed through County Road 376. Man, that is quite intense now. Um, and is moving in the direction of Carbon, County Road 239. All of these roads here, this is where it's at right now. So anyone who lives anywhere near here, throw a helmet on, put some mattresses, anything soft above you, and
New information. This
get a
tornado
whistle
warning
as
has been
well.
upgraded.
And then shear rate, it's not really.
Yeah, so make sure to bring a whistle with you. That'll make sure that you are able to, if a tornado comes over where you are, uh, you'll be safe. As in, if you're trapped, you can call out for help.
We got a photo
Using
of
that
it.
whistle. Sorry.
We got a photo of it on the ground. It is a cone tornado.
Okay. Um. So cone tornado coming for Carbon. In Texas, south of I-20. Eh, Again, that whistle will really help. And you got to do all these things to stay prepared. Bring some food with you, some water. If you can get into a basement or a storm shelter, that would be best.
A little bit more broad here. This is not going to be the only tornado we have today. I can guarantee you that. Pack, I don't know if you're seeing it, but we've got cells firing in western Oklahoma now. Um,
I have been seeing that.
and so we're really going to have to see, how the environment is looking. And I know Mason's been looking, quite a bit at it. Uh,
Yeah, this is still a strong tornado.
yeah. So County Road
There it is.
231P, County Road 215, um, anyone north of County Road 252. You guys are gonna have to really keep an eye out. Um, like I
I get
said, yeah,
that it's not probably not going to last too much longer,
right.
but there is yet another strong area of rotation forming to its south, so I wouldn't discount the possibility that it could try to spin up again. That being said, it is still on the ground and very, very intense, very tight.
Right.
Yeah, it did look like it weakened a little bit on that news cam there, but real quick, what I'm going to do, we're going to zoom out here. So these are these new cells that he's talking about here. Look on the loop, watch that. Boom, few new ones. So this cell, what we're watching, right, is if it can go into this environment and stay alive, which it should. There's not much stopping it. Even this one too, don't forget. So if you're kind of Ardmore, those areas, I'd watch out. These are kind of the lines, where you're watching for these cells when they start to go. So definitely something to keep an eye on.
Right, and as we kind of get toward sunset here, and the sun begins to go down, and you know the environment's only going to get more conductive or more conducive for tornadoes. We believe as time goes on. We don't really know the full-on impact that the storms out ahead of all this is going to really impose. But if uh, we have anywhere near the environment that we believe we will, by the time these cells end up growing up, maturing, then we could be in for a long night.
I mean, these cells are really weak at the moment. I'm really looking at a hail threat with a lot of them.
You're right.
Your velocity couplets just aren't very strong, but if you go down to KDYX,
You know,
it'll let me
and
go
we're
to that
really,
one.
referring to the Oklahoma stuff, like later on tonight. So we're talking 2, 3, maybe 4 hours from now. We're not talking about anywhere. Uh,
See that little eddy?
The
Back?
reinforcing is just coming in.
yeah,
That might be a little interesting, this eddy, if it can,
I've been
very
pointing that out
interesting.
for a while there, Mason.
Even then, though, it's not attached to anything. So, I'm not concerned much by it. Mainly concerned by this, though.
It has a
It's
nice
still on the
connection to
ground.
your mid-level mezzo,
If you go to shear, yeah, still there.
upper levels.
So, mainly watching that very closely. If it'll let me. So, all moving north of Rising Star. Lots of hail in this northern part.
yeah. So, real quick for the folks over here in Oklahoma, while y'all don't have a tornado warning yet, y'all are far from done. We believe as we continue on throughout the night, we anticipate that, the cells that we're seeing fire over here near East Duke, Oklahoma, into New Cornell, Dill City. If the environment is conductive enough or conducive enough, um, we could be in for a long night
It should
tonight.
be.
Yeah,
The environment should be conducive enough. The question is whether or not these storms will fire. And I had said earlier, even with this Texas stuff, they're going to be capable of producing tornadoes, strong ones too.
yeah,
So
right. Mason, can you go ahead
it's
and
worth
get a zoomed out shot of our low level jet? I think
I
not sure if
A
anything's
new
really.
tornado warning has been issued.
That'll be a new warning for
So
Clay
it's starting
County.
to ramp
Yeah,
up a little bit.
yeah. And likely as we continue on throughout, I want to say, what pack another 2 or 3 hours. We're
Yeah.
gonna see that really quickly
So I
ramp
issued
up.
a new warning for this one. I don't entirely see
It will ramp
why.
quite quickly. Rather impressive rate.
So, did extend that one. I mean, there's some broad rotation. I don't entirely see why.
I think r- really my main concern is the level of
Crossroads is still on the ground.
really.
Yep. This little area.
Wow, that thing ain't wanting to give up.
And it might
Oh,
have
yep.
fizzled out. We'll hold for another velocity scan here, but it might have fizzled.
My main concern, and Pac, I mean, I'm not sure if you agree with me here, but my main concern would be for the Oklahoma threat is the level of discreetness that we're seeing initially. Um, like I can count off one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight little,
Several.
yeah, several. Um, and if you look at that cell over near East Duke, Oklahoma, or Martha, that thing blew up pretty
Right.
rapidly.
Essentially, when these cells are more discrete, not kind of come together in a line, they can more like take advantage of their environment a lot more because there's no storms impeding. The updrafts within the storms themselves aren't fighting each other. Yeah, wow. Hold on. That mesoanalysis just did update, and that low level jet really did ramp up on this latest update. That's all it really took. Some tornadic stuff. 5 knot increase there.
All right, hello. I'm back from my long break.
Hello, Jacob.
Hello. So some interesting stuff went down while I was gone.
Yeah, we did just have a tornado on the ground. I think it's lifted near Cross Plains. But
Mm-hmm.
a new area is forming there near Rising Star. So we got a
Yeah,
headed
it
up
looked like
to
it was doing a meso handoff while it was on the ground.
yeah, and essentially that's just um the the mesocyclone way above in the cloud is kind of trying to work down to the surface in a different location of the storm. It's
Mm-hmm.
kind of formed this new area of circulation.
Yeah, and and it looks like we yeah, I mean, so far nothing too crazy besides that. It definitely does look like for that watch not watch sorry the storms in Texas are impeding on the storm development really firing off in Oklahoma, but we do have some more storms forming in near the Oklahoma Panhandle, near New Cordell, Hobart, East Duke. Sorry, Texas Panhandle, but it's gonna be interesting to see how those develop. This is kind of a waiting game. It looks like right now we're about to hit 6 p.m. Central, which is when we're gonna start getting those peak tornadic hours. 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Central is where we're gonna get peak. But it looks
You
like
really
we're gonna
just don't have an LOJ at the moment, that's sure.
Right.
yeah, that's the main issue. But I will say that the Kansas threat, wind threat, all these wind bags, and the hail threat has been popping off so far. I know we had a 3-inch hail report not too long ago. Sorry, 3.5 inches reported by broadcast media
And
near our
that
net.
hail spread is certainly high today because I mean we have that potential for 5-inch hail to be falling out of the sky today.
Hmm.
DVDs.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah. Oh,
So none of these storms should be uh, taken as a joke today.
oh, yeah. I think I saw. It's still confirmed right now. Under carbon. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this hail threat's been interesting one to watch today. Then they put out DVD size hail. I mean, DVD size hail possible is up to 5 inches, which is, I mean, we haven't seen 5 inch hail for a while around here. We've been having kind of an interesting period where we haven't really had very big hail events across the U.S. But so far, that's been the primary threat so far today, minus a couple tornadoes. So um, And then, like we said, the watch out for is going to be that wind threat. I mean, that wind threat is shaping up to be something interesting. Especially if you're in the Wichita area, you need to be prepared. Under that big populated area, that's going to be in that big hail threat. Um, Definitely something to uh, watch out for.
Hey Mason, real quick. When you get the time, did you get that new LLJ update on Mezzo? Because I mean, it really did ramp up quite a bit.
Let me check.
Yes, sure
Yeah,
did.
that's big of a ramp up. We're just not really seeing it much. I'm gonna pull that.
It's still
If you
supposed
guys
to
can
go
see
up,
it,
but
there it is. That's your low-level winds.
Yeah. And if you go ahead real quick, go 2 hours forward. I mean, we're only gonna see it ramp up even more.
So,
Really gonna have to
Mm.
see what happens.
Yeah, but holy chaser convergence, though. That's another thing.
let's go to Frederick. Here's your other tornado warning.
Whoop. My bad. My bad. Shit. Alright. Yeah, looking at that other tornado warning, it's very much more of a mess right now. It's also a little bit far away from radar to
I'm
kind of
trying to
really
get a
look at
new
it.
wrap proximity sounding of the storm so we can really diagnose what's the issue.
I would watch out though for that storm, the old uh southern tornado warning. The new mess is starting to ramp up near Rising Star right now.
But even though we don't have a whole lot going on right now, I mean, we know how weather can be. You can flip a light switch and you got 5 tornado warnings at one time. So we don't want to, you know, we're calm right now, but we're calm for a reason. Um, we don't have a lot of urgency in what we're saying because there's not anything to be urgent, about. But uh, later on tonight, it could get pretty gnarly. Um, and we want to make sure that everybody that is watching is ready. Um, Not only tomorrow, but or today, but tomorrow as well. Um, Mason, you got anything, bud?
Not really, just trying to look at environmental soundings here.
Yeah. Um, Again, you know, uh,
yeah, there is that threat tomorrow. We'll likely be streaming then as well.
yeah.
Uh, we might have a chaser on the ground for that. What is your deal with that, Hunter, actually?
Uh, with Mason H.
No, just chasing in general.
Oh yeah, I'm not going.
Okay, okay.
With a triple R and wrap.
As bad as I would like to, yeah, I'm not.
It's not quite what I had.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Crazy. Luckily, we haven't seen anything too crazy yet today. A couple tornadoes, but just waiting for the better conditions to arrive, and they should be slowly.
I
And
do
we're seeing
wonder
the.
how that dry air um
That's true.
is going to end up, like, if it ends up resolving within like an hour or so.
I don't expect it to a whole lot.
Yeah. So that could be a real big limiting factor.
Oh, is that rotation? It could be side lobe, but it could be rotation. There's an area here near Kansas. border of Oklahoma and Kansas. I think it's worth mentioning. Um, this is up near Etna and Deerhead. It's a large supercell with potentially some rotation on it. Um, this is going to be heading in the general direction of Medicine Lodge in the long term. But this is the border of Kansas and Oklahoma, kind of along this dry line where all these cells are firing. So, heads up, there's a lot of rotation here. That seems to be legitimate, in my opinion. Headed for Etna. We might want to show that on stream here.
Where at? I'm trying to.
We're looking in southern Kansas. I know that the
Kansas
environment
might
is not quite as favorable up there, but there's some pretty decent rotation on this storm.
Bowie 81 over 76.
Mason.
81 over 70. So just bear with me. I'm trying to.
There near Windthorst seems to be trying to die out, which is good news. Still watching the cells to the south, though.
I don't know if this area has high temperature dew point spreads, by the way, in South Kansas to North Oklahoma, so I highly doubt they're going to do much.
I was looking at KVNX.
Do want to know that they did release out a new Mexico discussion. It's for the northern part of the watch, where the Kansas, Oklahoma. There, they said threat for tornadoes and large hail up to 4 inches diameter continues, and they said right off the border between Kansas and Oklahoma will be the greatest tornado threat, which I believe is for that one storm that I was
Yes.
listed as tour possible earlier. Actually, for both those
So
storms, another
here's
one here
my
for you.
thing with North Kansas or South Kansas and North Oklahoma is in that, and I'll even pull it up on stream real quick. So what we're going to look at first is our surface temperatures. You can see they are in the 90s. So you have a 90, 88, a few other ones like that, but your dew points are only in the 60s. So it's going to be extremely hard to get a tornado with that type of environment,
Mm-hmm.
as there's going to be a lot of dry air entrainment. So I'm
Yeah,
thinking
sounds
mainly hail.
sounds crazy to the people watching, but when you have, we need the temperature dew point difference to be fairly low to get tornadoes. Even though, you think 90 degrees, really warm, upper 60s dew points, I mean, that's quite moist as well. But there's a fairly large spread between those two numbers, and what that does is that lifts the cloud level much higher into the atmosphere. So it's harder for those tornadoes to really drop all the way down to the ground. Either way, some halfway decent rotation up here.
I did want to point out, something to look at maybe later on down the road. Would be this cell in Oklahoma near Watauga. If you go up to tilt 3 to tilt 4 from KTLX, there's a little, like, decent mezzo on it. Just something I'm keeping an eye on. But for now, I'm gonna be going AFK. Pack, if y'all need me, you know how to get a hold of me.
Yep.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So looks like the LOJ's kicking back in just a little bit.
So that's for Texas, Eastland.
Oh yes, the new tornado warning.
So we're gonna go back down. I think this is your biggest risk in Texas at the moment.
Yeah, I believe it's
So
for.
going to velocity, yeah, you have a few areas of rotation.
It was trying to do a meso handoff. Now I don't even know what it's doing anymore. Looks like there's two forming. What was that? That was that earlier one that had
Doing some reorganization here.
the
So it
Tor
seems
R.
like actually with the tornado emergency we had yesterday, there was actually surprisingly an EF1,
Really?
which I mean is still not a reason to go tornado emergency,
Right.
but at least there was
Yeah.
something there over
I mean,
nothing.
I didn't doubt that at some point there was possibly a weak
It
tornado on the
just was not
ground.
strong enough for something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Um, hmm, wow. That hmm. All right. Just trying to take a look at something. Yeah, we're just kind of been in that period where there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, and then there is a lot of occasional tornado warnings, but nothing too incredible. Um, our main focus at this point is going to be the tornadic storms in the Texas area. Stuff developing that's going to head towards central Oklahoma. I know that stuff to the west is starting to develop. We have that one near Weatherford and the one near Magnum.
A new tornado
Where
warning has been issued.
we have a
There might
new
be
tornado warning for Oklahoma. I need to figure out where that is. I'm guessing it's going to be on the northern.
so there might be a tornado with our net, but I'm just it's 88 over 63, so I'm
There was a
not
new
sure
warning
I
issued.
entirely buy it.
Yes, that's the
I
Oklahoma
mean,
warning. That is for that
Mutual.
cell near Mutual Chester Orient. That was the one producing like 3.5 inch hail earlier by report,
So
which is
people,
insane.
people who live in Mutual, Oklahoma, down on US 60, Route 3,
Let me
uh,
check to make sure rotation is.
US 412. These areas
Yeah.
need to be paying attention. There's a tornado warning now for your area. I don't see too much rotation. It's a
No, in
little
fact, Mutual looks like
contaminated.
it's out of it now.
It's a little bit contaminated here, but there there's a reason that the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning here, and it's because they think that there's a chance that a tornado could drop within the next, as long as this warning
few
goes
minutes.
for, uh, within the next 44 minutes. So, um, there's a chance that there's a tornado on the ground, and it is headed for, it's really paralleling US 412, and eventually we'll get to the area of Clio Springs and Fairview, as well as a line in Oklahoma. So pay attention. It's a dangerous storm, definitely bringing a lot of large hail with it as well, baseball sized. That is probably the more significant and more likely threat out of this cell.
Yeah, it
But
looks very
it
hail
is moving
dominant.
in that direction, and so you just stay indoors. Get to your safe spot if you can. That is the most interior room, away from windows, lowest floor, and throw a helmet on. It'll save your
Mm.
life. Trust me.
I do want to point out that yes, I mean this hail threat has been doing wonders so far. Of all of these storms, so far we have, I believe, if I just double check this last one, yeah, we have four to now even five, possibly in a little bit with this one storm producing 1.75 inch hail. That's producing at least 2 inches or more. 2 inches is usually when your car starts to break when glass starts to break. Like you could get up to words of golf ball size hail without anything happening. But we're going into the tennis ball category now. Uh, Close to it where you're going to have big to large hail um, in your area. So make sure you're just aware. Make sure you're just in an interior part. Stay away from windows. Nothing too crazy about that. Make sure if you got time, put your car in the garage. I trust me. I've heard stories from friends. So just make sure you guys are aware of that threat for the most part. We'll update you if there's anything bigger where it becomes an issue where you guys need to get into a real safe place. Just like earlier when we had that 3 to 4 inch hail. So
There
yeah.
is a tornado on the ground. Uh,
Hmm?
I need to find out exactly where.
Tornado on the ground.
Yes, this is confirmed via social media on images.
Um,
Information as soon as possible.
A new tornado
okay.
warning has been issued.
Your tornado for Woodward County. Whoa, Woodward County. Isn't
Mutual.
that
Okay, mutual's on the ground.
Mutual is
Oh yeah, there's
how?
a much tighter rotation right there. They
Oh
issued a
wait.
new warning to the south.
Yes, they
Uh,
did issue a new warning to the south. Both of these storms are real close to each other. Oh yeah, I do see that now.
the radar
Whoa.
indicated still, but there is a confirmed tornado on the ground through social media. So there's
It's
data on this,
luckily
and they're confirming a tornado. So this does include Cleo Springs and Fairview. So uh, if anyone lives in those regions or you know people who live there, please tell them that there's a
yeah.
tornado. Call them up to let them know that there's a tornado on the ground and it's headed for their house. So they
So
need to get into a safe spot.
Chester,
Chester,
Orion, Fairview, Orienta, and then Cleo Springs. Cleo Springs, Orienta, and Fairview are in the very back of this warning, but so you have a little bit of time, but not too much time. But if you're in Chester or Orion, I mean Chester, it's right on top of you. You have no time, so make sure you're in your safe place. You know there's a lot of looks like a lot of plots of housing and farmland around that area. So make sure you're also in your safe place. There's a weird grid on the satellite showing a lot of random houses here and there. So make sure you guys are definitely in your safe place
it's
for
actually kind
that.
of hard to even um, find exactly on radar where this is, but
It has to be a weak spin up at best.
I
I mean,
mean, yeah,
I
it's
think, yeah, some
certainly
people are saying that it's gone at the moment, that North OK tour, but
that probably definitely is. Oh, I
those
see.
temperature dew point spreads aren't helping you.
No,
well, it was able to
definitely.
drop anyway, so doesn't matter.
Well,
Um,
yeah, still be aware though. Chester,
they're
Orion, like
welcome
we said,
here.
Fairview, Orienta, and
Environment
Cleo
support.
Springs. Cleo Springs might be fine, but you're still in the
Yeah,
warning, so
I mean,
be
tornado
aware.
threat should still remain low for those northern areas for right now until we can get a
Mm-hmm.
better low-level jack going. But
Yeah, that.
A new
I mean,
tornado warning has been issued.
the another tornado warning issued for Oklahoma. I don't know where it was this time.
That's the southernmost one. Now, Longdale,
Uh
Sealing. I mean, it looks like Sealing is kind of behind it now, but you're included. Longdale, Fairview, when you're in both warnings. So, really, Fairview is under the gun here for one of these circulations to pass overhead. So, please, if you live in any of these locations, um, get to shelter immediately. You need to get to your lowest floor, uh, away from windows. Put a helmet on. Throw some mattresses, pillows, blankets all over you, and a hall closet or a bathroom might be a good place to go. If you have a basement, though, that's the better place to go. And put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. If you're
yep.
driving, get to a sturdy shelter. And if you really can't get to a sturdy shelter, then drive into a ditch and hang out there and wait for this storm to pass.
Yep.
Don't get pass.
Yeah, so we're gonna list off a lot of towns in just a hot second because there's a lot of storms going on in this tornado warning. There's just three in this big old cluster here. So of course you have the one to the north. Mutually need to be careful. And then as we get closer, the northern one is going to also affect Orienta and Cleo Springs. But Cleo Springs and Orienta, you're in the other tornado warning right now. So, and Fairview as well, and then Chester and Orion being your safe place. And then as we go down here, we have that tornado warning. Selling ceiling, you should be fine. You're in the warning, but you're sandwiched between both of them. You're barely in it, but still being your safe place, just in on the off chance. But you guys should be fine very quickly. But then Longsdale, Homestead, and then Fairview again will also be in this warning as well. And then Isabella, right outside of it, needs to be prepared as well. There's a lot of tornado warnings where some of these storms are in under the same gun, which is a very interesting, something to watch out for. This is just a whole little cluster bomb of tornado warnings.
Our southern
So
Texas supercell, the southernmost one here, still tornado warned, has sort of deviated southward, so it's not really moving much to the north. Carbon, you're no
yep.
longer in it, so you're safe to come out. Rising Star as well. Gorman, you're still in it. You're getting a lot of hail, most likely over in Gorman, or at least some very heavy rain. So stay indoors, but the tornado threat should remain to your south, and it is headed actually now right for De Leon, in Texas. And in the longer run, if it continues on the same track, it'll head for Dublin, Texas, which Dublin is a much larger, uh, a little bit larger populated region. So same with De Leon. So both of these definitely places of significance, and the rotation isn't particularly strong right now, but um, it has had a history of producing tornadoes in the past, so it could do it again very quickly. Anyone there?
Hello. Sorry, I was gone for a sec. What were you saying?
I was talking about a cell down in Texas. Uh,
So
I
down in
don't know.
Texas. Are you talking about the tornado or the tornadic one, or?
There is a tornado warning down for it. The furthest south one.
Oh, the furthest south one, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
because
definitely looks like it's not a more favorable environment. And the problem about it is that it was in its own. I mean, this entire watch in that area, the only thing that's really been in it is the storms have gone north now, and this storm alone. And this storm was completely standalone. It didn't have anything to impede it. But now it's not in a favorable environment, and you have these storms to the west of it that are impeding on its juices. It's not really looking like it's going to produce much. We could see a spin up if this new Mezzo handoff can be realized, but for now, it doesn't look like it's going to do much of anything. And I can guarantee you within the next 30 minutes they'll actually let it expire because it looks like it's weakening, like the entire storm itself.
it does look to be weakening, but there was a new warning issued for it, so I went ahead and
Yeah,
so
I mean,
some of these cities that are in this warning now.
yeah, not surprised. I mean, we're gonna. It'll still be tornadic for a bit. It just looks like it's slowly trying to die off. So very interesting time. Again, we still have those tornado warnings to the north. That's that little cluster that we got going on there. Some of these storms look like they're trying to merge with other storms. This doesn't look very impressive. And I think it's just because these are so close to each other, and the fact that some of these storms are merging into each other, some of these storms are trying to split. I mean, this is an absolute mess of a classic case of storms trying to do one thing being impeded by another. If these storms were separated from each other, I guarantee you we would have a way bigger issue to the north right now. But with a more unfavorable environment as you go north, and the fact that none of these storms are doing anything of note besides trying to merge, and split, uh, it just looks too much of a mess to produce anything. But again, still be weather aware. There's all those big towns in that area. I mean, that is a giant chunk of the of tech of not Texas, sorry, Oklahoma covered up by tornado warnings. So be weather aware.
Yeah. So all the people in these warnings treat it as if there's a tornado on the ground. If you're in the polygon, respect it and get into a safe area where you will survive. And I've gone over what that is many times here. For the people who are still sticking around, we thank you. Uh, we appreciate it. Hopefully, somehow it'll get the information out to the people who need it. And for you sticking around, it'll help the YouTube algorithm a little bit. And I'm sure most of you all have liked the stream, shared it around. That it's also going to help. You're going to indirectly be able to help the people who are in the path of these storms. So that'll be nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're basically just a waiting period. We apologize if we haven't really brought out any updates. The thing about it is that there's not really many updates to speak about other than rambling on the same stuff that we've already said, though I just got a notification for a severe thunderstorm watch. I lied. Apparently, we got a severe thunderstorm watch now. And I believe this is for northeast Colorado, northwest Kansas, southwest and central Nebraska. So this is going to be that cold core type beat going on. Looks more like elevated hailers up to the north. So that's what that watch is going to pertain to. Nothing much to write home about when it comes to the tornado possibility. I mean, the tornado possibility is a 10% chance for uh, um, two or more tornadoes, and the probability is below 2% for a chance of EF2 to EF5 tornadoes. So it's nothing crazy to write home about. But yeah, this is going to pertain to that weird looking cold core to the north and mostly for Nebraska. There's a couple county. I think there's literally two counties in Colorado, and then I think there's about 6 or 7 counties in uh, Kansas on the north side. So nothing crazy to write home about. These are going to be elevated hailers. I think it's 40. I think it's 50-40 probs for hail, and it's like 40-10 probs for winds. So, other than that, I think that's about our last major update for a good minute, which is good. It's actually
Well,
really
either
good.
way, it is interesting to see that there was a tornado, or sorry, a severe thunderstorm watch issued for up there, but some of those areas are not even in a marginal risk today, and there's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings that are outside that marginal risk.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe a bit
Yes.
of an overperformance over there.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not. You said tornado watch. It's
No, I said severe thunderstorm.
Okay. I thought you said tornado watch. It doesn't
I,
matter. Besides the point, we have but yeah, I see what he's getting at. We got actually that severe thunderstorm warning near Yuma, area we've talked about many times last year. Even this year with the tornadoes, so you know they're used to it at this point. But yeah, and it looks like we had some non-thunderstorm we had some non-thunderstorm wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour in Kansas, which is actually insane. The fact that we're getting wind gusts that high without being in a thunderstorm, that shows that trough is really kicking it. It's bowing out and pushing into Kansas. That's why Kansas got that big 45 sig on it. So we're gonna have stuff like that. And I think honestly, some of these Kansas storms are gonna pick up speed with that in a little bit. So we're gonna see how that happens. Did get reports of 2-inch hail by law enforcement near Stockton, Kansas to the north. So again, 2-inch hail, be careful. But we haven't had any hail inch reports other than 1-inch hail reported by the public near one of the tornado warnings. And now I'm questioning to myself how the public somehow reported this in the middle of a tornado warning. Don't be outside. Go underground.
yeah,
don't do that.
not- that's
It's
not
right
an
by
area.
Chester too. That's not really It's not really a smart thing to do. I guess lesson
New
learned. Don't be
information.
them.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, but nothing crazy to write home about right now. It's just oh
We had a bit of an
wow,
up.
tornado warning. Tornado confirmed. I lied. We just got a Tor R. As I
Probably
say
up with
that, and
the
that is the worst luck ever. That's actually right by where that 1 inch hail report was. So whoever was outside watching for the hail, the tornado is coming at you. Please get underground. All right. In
well
all
that
serious
was
notes,
confirmed much earlier based
that's
on media.
yeah, it was confirmed much earlier, but they just upgraded it to confirmed again, and I believe that was from a trained spotter report from Twitter that said it. Um. Oh, Funnel East of Mutual about a touchdown, according to Brandon Wells, which is part of News 9. So yeah, this is actually a broadcast reported. Tor R looks like it did touchdown. On the bright side, it's not near Mutual, and there's not many people in it. There's only 448 people in this area. No one's really got to be worried until it gets near Orienta and Cleo Springs. So Orienta, Cleo Springs, you are in the other tornado warning. You guys are in a double gun, which is not fun. This storm does look like it merged with a couple showers. So this storm that is heading towards you guys, the northern Tor R, is going to be the most potent threat so far. So make sure you guys are in your safe place. Make sure you guys are underground, taking precautions. I know you guys aren't in the other Tor R yet, but you're in the other tornado warning, and it looks like the other tornado warning to the south merged with the northern one. Looks like we just had like a double merger going on here. It's the weirdest thing. This has been a weird clustered area, but if any of these mergers can be realized and both of these storms can split away from each other, this could be a problem, especially with that northern one. So yeah, definitely interesting to think about. But like I said again, on the bright side, to the people watching who aren't in the populated area, there's not many people in this area, so there's nothing too much to be worried about. The only person I'm worried about is whoever reported 1 inch hail that's right underneath the tornado. Get into a safe place. And if I
Yeah,
look,
there's a tornado on the ground here, still confirmed.
and there's a lot of special weather statements going across the two other special weather statements to the west, in Oklahoma, as they make their way towards Oklahoma City. Both of these stores have been getting a lot more organized and more impressive. The one to watch for right now is near Blair and Altus, which is right by where we had that big tornado not too long ago. Just literally a couple days ago, where we had that long tracked, not long track, that long lived 1 hour tornado. So, and then we also have the one near Weatherford, which looks to be more like an elevated hailer developing. But again, watch for both of these. These are standalone right now, and they're still in that favorable environment. They could kick up and try to do something a little bit interesting.
Right.
Excuse me. But so far, doesn't really look like it. But
So
yeah,
Newsland has a cone tornado on the ground. I've been
we
having it up
did.
on radar there, so it's moving along 212.
Mm-hmm. Very. Yeah, we did. It's got. Yeah, I see that now on radar. It's a lot more obvious on radar than earlier. Yep. Yeah, I mean, there you go. The Northern Threat is the first to produce a nadir in Oklahoma, I believe. So there you go. I mean, there's not much going really on outside of that. And that tornado warning for the Texas and Oklahoma border has been allowed to expire. Actually, has expired already. So nothing too crazy to write home about that storm. That storm's been not doing so well, which is interesting because it's almost standalone area. You'd think maybe it might try to do something, but again, today's been very interesting. The not performing to the way so far, but we're also not over yet for quite a while. So,
Yep.
and one last update for the southern people in Texas area. If you're in Rucker de Leon, those are the areas you should be taking place and cover now. Duster, It's past you guys. You guys should be fine. But this tornado warning doesn't look too crazy. Um, for that Texas threat, like I said, that storm looks to be dying off. But the storm, yeah, both storms are going to be dying off. I was going to say something about the other storm to its west, but it doesn't look very impressive now. We're just going to keep focusing on this Tor R tornado confirmed on the ground for the northern threat. Plus, its other counterparts that are trying to make waves, but are failing pretty badly so far. So, oh wow, yeah, 100% impressively on the ground.
Yep. It is very much on the ground now.
Looks very nice.
Yeah, we'll see how long it remains on the ground. It might remain for a little while. I know that temperature dew point spreads are not great up here, but there are a lot of cells in front of it that could be modifying the environment to become more favorable
Well,
from
Yeah.
a
Tech, I was
temperature
wanting to
dew point
ask
spread
you
standpoint.
what your thoughts were on that merger about to happen. It's going right into that inflow region.
I think that could be pretty favorable.
Yeah.
It's not coming at a weird angle, so that could accelerate the tornado threat in this region up in northwest Kansas. Oh, sorry, Oklahoma, northwest Oklahoma. Heading for Cleo Springs, Fairview, A-Line, Align, all of these areas. Dangerous storms headed for you. So please be prepared.
Mason, you got anything, bud? If you're here. Um, but with that, I mean, we can go down. Let's see. Carbon. It's kind of meh.
This Gorman cell really isn't going to do it all. Mainly watching this, which bad temperature dew points, to be honest.
Hmm. I mean, if it's getting it done now, it makes you wonder what
A
later
new
on tonight
tornado
could hold.
warning has been issued.
Where's that new tornado warning at? That'll be for Oklahoma. Okay.
That's going to be the cell that they had canceled for that now has some rotation on it again.
Oh yeah.
They're probably going to issue another one for Oklahoma, or sorry, for Texas. That might be it's kind of weird looking warning here.
So we've got basically three tornado warnings on top of each other.
Yeah, and this one's going to go for the Red River. This is going to be north of Nocona, Texas, heading right for the into the Red River region. It includes Leon in far southern Oklahoma, far south of Oklahoma City, near the Red River. So some broad rotation with it, nothing too tight right now.
And quick, small update. Nothing too crazy, but that severe thunderstorm watch for the Georgia, Florida, and Alabama area has been expired. So, just a small little update for us folks over there. But don't really care too much. We're just gonna focus on this. Try to get a quick little update out. I do want to check. That is an interesting tornado warning. Guessing likely they're leaving their zone.
Yep. Where is this?
Hmm.
Which one? KVNX? No.
Anything south of my blue line here is nothing rotation.
Yeah. I do also want to see what that ends up doing. We also look like we're gonna get a small merger for this Tor R right now. Small little shower merger. This is like a weird clustered up mess. I don't really like. I don't even know how
Be
long that
totally rain wrapped.
middle.
You're not gonna see it. If there's a tornado on the ground up here, don't go and try to see it. Totally rain wrapped.
A new tornado
It's
warning
just a
has been issued.
whole lot of lightning and hail with these two. Very dangerous storm.
So
Whether
they
or not
keep,
there's a tornado on the ground.
yeah, they keep on holding out on that tornado warning in Texas, but I'm gonna be completely honest. There's nothing very impressive at all on it. Like that is the weakest mezzo, so doesn't look like it's lasting very much longer. But and they did just add a new tornado warning to fill in the whole, fill in the gaps, I guess, for whatever mess they did over on the Texas Oklahoma border. Um, Likely, usually when you get stuff like that, it's because the looks like the Texas NWS didn't issue the warning, but Oklahoma did, but they were outside their zone, so they make this weird little squiggly line of their zone, and it looks like Texas filled in the blanks for them. Kind of weird, but it is what it is. And yeah, nothing too insane, but it looks very interesting.
Wondering to see if these cells in Southwest Oklahoma can actually take over or if they're going to continue to struggle. Because if they do struggle, we may walk out of here with not too many tornadoes.
Yeah, and there's also now a tour possible near Medicine Lodge in Hazleton, which is in right just slightly north off the Kansas and Oklahoma border and the Kansas side. So something to watch for a little bit. But we're in a weird period right now. A lot of storms are just nothing but special weather statements and trying to form. Though I do say that the one near Granite is starting to organize. Uh, and I don't think, yeah, excuse me, hail wise, there's nothing too insane to write home about. We are still getting those 2-inch hailers, but that's the most we've seen for a minute since our last big report, which was 3-inch hail from another storm. So we've had 3.5-inch hail and 3-inch hail. And most of the time, it's just been 2 inches or more, which is still pretty something to watch for. It looks like they're going to be letting that tornado warning, though, just in the very far south. Texas won't expire soon.
Jacob, you're gonna have to mute up when you yawn, dog. You can knock me out.
Sorry, my bad, man. Dude, yeah,
Mm.
I haven't yawned this bad in a minute. Apologies, but
All right, Pack.
could take a brief break. All right, Pack. I'll take over without trying to make everyone fall asleep. He
Yeah,
and
You know,
Mason.
we certainly don't want you going to sleep. Not.
I'm staying awake pretty fine. I'm just yawning for some
I'm
reason.
talking about
Like,
the people in the affected area. Like later on tonight, because like if these cells end up, rooting in their environment, it may not be pretty, and we hope they don't. Um,
no. It's
but
a very long waiting period.
hey, Mason, if you're here, can you take a quick peek at Mezzo and see if the environment where that little cluster went through earlier is recovering?
And then it looks like we're starting to get
I mean, I can
more.
see, but not doing much at the moment. Currently over the area, it's
Mm-hmm.
83 or whatever. Your main issue is going to be subsidize. if
Yeah,
anything went through from the last storm, so it's very hit or miss if you're gonna get storms.
right.
Yeah, and for an update for the Kansas folks, we're starting to get more storm development to the central part of Kansas. This is not really going to be a major tornado threat, though there is a chance for some tornadoes with these storms developing in Kansas. But a lot of this is going to be that 45 sig wind, that massive wind risk for strong to violent wind. Uh, and I know they don't usually say violent. Where I'm basically saying 90 to 100 mile per hour is possible with this threat. Especially, I mean, this is kind of similar to what some people experienced a couple weeks ago in. Not even a couple weeks ago. It was what, like a week ago in Kansas. We had that 45.
Yeah.
So they're pretty used to it, I guess. By now they've they had their fair share. Uh, so we'll definitely watch that and. Yeah, and then we got a new severe thunderstorm warning that isn't much of anything. That's going for that storm that's going north into Kansas, but it has 2-inch hail now indicated. So definitely be careful with that. Make sure you're in your tier of your room. Hail is no fun, and it sucks when it hits your forehead. Then you get a concussion, and I don't want that. That
Wait, huh?
the tornado warning near Nocana is looking a little bit more interesting now. That's right off the border,
The
the Texas Oklahoma border one.
oh yeah,
It's looking a little bit more interesting. It's a little bit far off from the radar, so it's going to need more. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes, but it's in that really crappy area.
and that is headed into a really good environment.
And it's going into more populated areas, especially as it gets near the into the highway area. Because what is that highway? What 55? I don't remember what's there. It's in and oh, it's 35. Okay, wow, I'm a goofball. 55 goes west. So yeah, that's right off of 55. You're gonna have a lot of exit areas over there, especially uh, Ardmore. So be prepared to take the necessary precautions. Leon and Country, no, sorry, Courtney. That's a
Country.
interesting, interesting. But so Courtney and Leon, then or these are the town names of all time. You make sure you're in your safe place. You guys are in the warning, and this storm is starting to ramp up. It's gonna need some more time. It looks like to cook in the pot, but it definitely looks like it's trying to do it, and it's going into that favorable environment. A lot more favorable. I'm not gonna say it's the greatest favorable environment in the world, but best we've seen in a minute.
Right.
Watch that out.
Yeah, I mean, really, we're playing the waiting game. Um.
Waiting game is a long waiting
Oh
game, bro.
yeah. Um.
We
Yeah.
apologize if we bore you sometimes. We're bored ourselves sometimes.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. It's
But
a
you
long
know,
waiting game.
it's a good boredom.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only thing we don't want to see is, would be families getting hurt, towns getting wiped off the map. It's not what you want to see. So if we're boring you, we're having a good day. We're having a good day. Um, but yeah, we are looking at 6:50 p.m. Central, 7:50 Eastern. Not really a whole lot going on. We're kind of
I mean, kind of our wackiest thing we've had so far was the wind Thorst tornado, and I was eating dinner, and the only thing I saw on Twitter with that was Reed Timmer with multi vortices around him going, "Not again." But it's about our wackiest thing we've had so far today. Texas has kind of had some interesting stuff, and again, we still have that confirmed tornado in the that open land area that literally has nothing. I mean, these are all. I can see why it's a lot of forests. over there. A lot of forest and dry, rocky areas. Looks like a. I go on maps. It's probably a forest area, like a little. What are those hilly areas? Kind of curious, but still, once it leaves this area, it's going to head for Fairview, Orienta, and Cleo Springs, and they kept it at Tor R. News 9 has been on this for a bit, which means that they are a good source to see what's going on over there. And we still have those tornado warnings, like the one that's heading for Fairview and Orienta, which I believe has already passed. Then we have another tornado warning to the south where Fairview's in the gun again, and then you have Isabella and Homestead. So make sure you guys are in your safe place. But yeah, we're mostly just watching that Tor R. That doesn't look too impressive anymore. But at this point, there's just gonna be a bunch of weak spin ups going on, and we don't even know because it looks like everyone's at looks like everyone doesn't have access around this area. A lot of dirt, muddy roads at this point, so it's gonna kind of be hard to get any chaser or spotter coverage plus broadcast media. It's a bit annoying,
R-
but I
right.
digress.
Uh, Mason, I wanted to ask you, since you probably know, um, as the sun begins to go down, do you think that'll help the TD spread issue we're dealing with?
It will a little bit, but we're just gonna have to see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Yeah.
hope we're
So
not dealing with a scenario where, the sun goes down and everything breaks loose.
yeah.
Uh,
So
so,
the Tor R's over Sand Hills Wildlife Management Area, and then it's also right next to a state park called Gloss Mountain State Park. So there's your big old answer. It's right by three state parks and four state parks and a management area. So actually, kind of the best case scenario, unironically. There's no one really in these areas. Um, Besides your wildlife. So I guess to any deer being your safe place. About it. About it. I guess prepare at this point. Cleo Springs and Orienta. Those are the two areas I'm a bit concerned about because if this organizes, those are some populated areas under the gun. But other than that, you really don't got much of anything around here. So this is just a classic tornado on the ground, an open plot of land, not doing much damage. So I guess for chasers out there, take it in.
yeah,
It's
I
still on
mean,
the ground.
and you're referring to oh, yeah, yeah.
The Torar, yeah, it's over like 5, 6 state parks, and it's all wildlife out there. So only danger it's harming is prairie dogs and your bunny
Right.
at this point. So I'll take that any day of the week. Um, they just added a giant severe thunderstorm warning for that giant cluster, and they plotted 2-inch hail on that. So hail threats still something to think about. And then that one severe that was Tor possible off the Kansas border is still Tor possible with 2.5-inch hail reported. So make sure if you're near Madison, Sharon, well, not even that. You guys aren't really on in the threat. Hazleton, Cornwind, and Atissa. As you go into Harp and Anthony, be aware this is tour possible, so don't need to go underground just yet. Be prepared to go underground. We don't want to force you unless you want to. But also be an interior part for that hail threat. I mean, 2.5-inch hail, that is only 0. It's only a quarter inch off from baseball size hail, which is considered enough for a PDS or particularly dangerous situation. So take it as that and be aware this is some pretty big hail. This will cause some damage to housing, glass, weak drywall, anything like that. It'll do some hefty damage, especially if it's those thick hailstones, not the slushy ones where it hits the ground and it just kind of breaks off everywhere like nothing. Also, all of those tornado warnings. All right. All right. All right. So to everyone, all of those tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. All three of them. That has become an absolute cluster of a mess. There is almost no rotation at all. So, unless GR2 is wrong, all of these tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Um, unless they removed them and then they decide to update them. I don't see much rotation at all, besides this other one near Fairview. In heading towards Ames, Oklahoma, not Ames, Iowa. Don't be confused with my Cyclones. Um, but yeah, we're just in that period where we need to wait. Our only form of interest right now really would be that one near Nocana heading towards Courtney and Leon. That's that tornado warning to the south. There isn't much of anything to write home about. I mean, it's getting better. The classic supercell, but it's just in such bad radar coverage. It's hard to really give you a fair update. The nearest radar to it is KFDR Frederick, and that radar is a darn good 100-ish miles away from it. Yeah, it's 93 miles away from the rotation of that hook forming on it. So it's gonna be hard to tell, but if it looks like there's rotation on it, it just looks broad right now. But yeah, this is a very active lull we're going through. Not much of anything. Uh,
So since Oklahoma is the
lot of
main threat,
chafing.
what we're gonna do instead of just keeping a single site radar, since we have a few others, what we're gonna do is just take a much broader view of all the next rats combined and kind of go with that.
Yeah,
So there we
it
go.
looks like.
And I'm gonna be honest here. We don't
Yeah.
have a lot of people. We could get a little bit technical here with everything. You know, you're starting to just now get your forcing your upper level trough pushing in. So maybe we get a few storms that can try to fire out ahead
Hmm.
of this. But to be honest, if we don't, then that would definitely help a lot. Um, Environment's favorable. If you're looking from OUN, which is Norman, very favorable profiles. So it's just, can they all line up together and do something? Which maybe they do, maybe they don't. It's really just a waiting game
Mm-hmm.
here. I don't know if you've noticed your low level lapse rates are also pretty low.
Yeah. But yeah. Uh,
We have time and we'll see how this plays out. I'll put on your watches. You guys still are in a watch. That's a particularly dangerous situation watch because, believe it or not, while you haven't had much, the environment is favorable for significant tornadoes. It really just
mm-hmm.
takes that one storm to get going. It's like the last event. Didn't have much, boom, one storm, violent tornado.
Yeah. Definitely. Man. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. I would watch for that storm near Fairview, but that's about it when it comes to this big cluster. Had all those tornado warnings on it earlier that have now been expired. Nothing much to write home about other than. Oh, excuse me. Good lord, I'm gonna put all y'all to sleep. A lot of 1.75-inch hail reported. There's like 5 hail reports that have shown up in the past like 20-ish minutes, and a mesonet recorded near Menno and Lithoma. 60-mile-per-hour winds were reported on this storm. So, just your typical thunderstorm watch. I watched a severe thunderstorm warning with your typical run of the mill uh hail and wind. I'm gonna end up falling asleep on accident. It's been a long day. Yeah, again, we still have that tornado warning that is for the Leon and Courtney area. It is so far, it's pretty much out of radar coverage now. It's going to be nearly impossible to really tell there's a tornado on the ground with this thing. So it is going to go. So don't try to take it as if it is on the ground because it's so hard to tell from radar coverage. If you're a person who likes to wait till the radar coverage shows it's on the ground, don't do that. Get into a safe place, know your action plan, and plan accordingly based on these storms. Because, yeah, I mean, this is basically our only storm we got for the next, probably, I'd say, few minutes or longer. Things really firing away.
So if you look near central Oklahoma City, maybe that cell might try, but
Hmm, yeah, but I mean, this doesn't look very impressive an event. Your thing that saves us is if we get more storm development because all these storms have died. I mean, it's trying to get some LLJ back, but it might be too late. I mean, the main threat has already developed and has died. This has not been a very impressive
so
day.
let me go ahead and pull and see if we have any new soundings. Which we should. I think Norman launched or is launching theirs. Yeah, Norman is launching their sounding.
Yeah, Norman's launching their balloon. Let's see what's going on with this environment. Why we aren't getting much production because the LLJ is starting to come back. I really took the time to look. Looks like that Fairfield storm that I was pointing out about earlier does have a mezzo on it, reported by News 9. So, does have a lowering, they said, developing. So, be aware that there's a possible chance of a tornado soon. So, just make sure you're aware of that. That's mainly the only storm we're watching out for. That Cleo Springs one to the north isn't very impressive. It's mainly this Fairview one. Like I said, had that on the ground, that hook. Oh yeah, I see where it's trying to do it. It's not really impressive. I'd say it's actually not impressive at all. But it's trying to. It's trying to hold itself in. We'll see what happens. Want to also give a quick shout out to you guys. Thank you. If you've been tuning in for quite a while, appreciate it. Appreciate the support. We know it's kind of boring right now, and I bet for everyone else who is chasing right now, it is boring. But yeah, I mean, looks like yeah, it looks like a lot of chasers are on mutual. It definitely was on the ground for a hot second, but it was definitely weak. We're just waiting now. Long waiting game. Let's see here. They get some pretty good racks pull. Radar data from Texas. Pretty nice to see that. Trying to see here. There's an Alva, Oklahoma 2015 Z sounding not too long ago. Nothing too crazy with that. I believe we're going to get an update soon as well on this event, so we're going to see if they maintain that moderate. I believe they're doing it soon. No, they're doing it, yeah, in an hour. Within the next 54 minutes, they're going to be doing a 9 p.m. update, and by then, it's going to be curious to see if they drop that 15 sig. Not going to say they drop the moderate, because I do think that the hail threat and wind threat is verifying very much is going to verify this evening in Kansas, but I also don't think that they're going to keep hold of this if nothing develops within the next hour or so. We're just watching these just boring storms, basically, other than the one near Hobart. Just trying to make its own living, I guess. Yeah, it's trying. Little engine that could. Wow.
I mean, we'll see the full extent of the sounding, but that's a stout EML. I will say though, synoptics can subtly force it out, so
Yeah.
gotta watch that. But I mean, currently it's in Norman, 78 over 70.
Yeah, no, nothing too crazy. Yeah. Hmm. Ow. I'll look at this right now and yeah, no. Uh, Yeah, no, nothing much to write home about. This is basically a period. If we don't end up talking every once in a while, it's just because I'm not gonna lie to you guys. There's nothing going on. We still have that tornado warning, like I said, but it's such crap radar. There's no point to really cover it other than be careful. We'll cover it if there's anything on the ground, but we can't tell. Is essentially what we're getting at. I mean, that was the nearest radar, the KFDR radar, Frederick. But it looks like now, not really getting much of anything when it comes to it. Yeah.
So here's what I say we do here. Since there's not much to go over, if Hunter is here, how about we put this on a automation and look at some data? We could do that. Or better
Yeah,
yet,
I'll ask him.
I might be able to do it for him. Actually, it's better if you can ask him.
I'm gonna ping him. Yeah, I sent him a ping. We'll definitely be back. Do not worry. If there's anything interesting going on, you guys make sure that you guys should know that we are here for you guys. So we've been going on this stream for about 5 hours, and the fact that we've been able to hold out this past hour, despite the fact we've had like nothing, it's impressive in itself. So we'll see how long we can go with this whole automation thing. We'll give you guys any live updates if there is a massive tornado or there's any new tornado warning. We'll probably give you quick updates on that. Or if there's any PDS severe thunderstorm warnings with any big destructive hail or destructive winds, we'll give you an update on that. But other than that, until we get more data and really analyze and see if this environment will do anything, we're just going to keep it on automated for a little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued. new tornado warning has been issued. New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded. New tornado warning has been issued.
So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over some of the warnings that we have in effect at the moment. We have a possible tornado on the ground in Kansas. So that was an area we were talking about earlier. Let me take the Doppler out of automatic mode and let me put it in storm tracking. So here's the warning that we're watching. This is a tornado warning that's in effect until 8 p.m. It's going to include the town of Anthony, south of Harper, and you can see it's just a lot of mess. So if you're trying to look for this tornado, you're not going to really see it, and ultimately, you're going to get some large hail, and we have a possible tornado on the ground doing damage south of Anthony, south of 14 and State Road 2 are the areas that we're watching. That's the possible tornadic circulation right here. I'm going to circle. We're going to overlay that with our debris tracker, and we don't have anything. So that's not to say it's not on the ground. It's just that it's not really lofting anything. For these products to work, it needs to actively be lofting debris, right? It needs to be hitting something or a structure, which we're not seeing it do, which is good. So that means that it's probably not very strong. Maybe this is a correlation coefficient drop, and yeah, that's probably the tornado on the ground. So there's two areas we're watching of rotation. Better yet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up another radar. This is what we use to actually view the storm, our high-res velocity imagery here. It's just a lot better than using our fancy graphics pretty much. And you can see this is where your rotation be. Right here is a possible tornado, and there's another tornado a bit more to the south. So we can put on our PTDS tracker, and this is basically, instead of showing you that correlation coefficient image, this is kind of showing and taking the possible tornadoes or the possible CC drop and filtering it out rather and putting it on a scale from 100 to 70. So doesn't look like we have one on the ground entirely at the moment. Could that change with time? Yes, but I don't think it's going to change all that much. Again, there's a possible area of rotation right here and right here, but it's just a messy storm, so it's hard to tell. Let's go back to live Doppler real quick and let me go to my controls. We can put on the radar imagery so you can see this is kind of the overview from satellite and radar. We're losing daylight. There's still a cell to watch right here near Oklahoma City, or kind of south of there at the moment. We can still have convection all across this region here. We just have to have storms fire as that upper level energy comes into play. But from kind of top to bottom, if you're near Ranger along I-20, maybe there's some hail and wind mixed in with that. Same south of Wichita Falls. Ardmore, you guys are in a warning actually right now. There's just no real radar. Actually, there is. And I gotta see if I can actually find a way to show this on stream here to you guys. So what I'm actually going to do is uh pull up a radar that will help me show you guys this rotation, because there's actually a little radar that was placed there for this exact reason of if there is a tornado, it's just a lot easier to see it in the low levels, because a lot of our national next friends aren't able to do that. So let me find the radar, and it's in Durant, Oklahoma, so we're getting a very close range look. Let's do weather. I can find it, and I don't think it's quite on here, unfortunately. No, it is not. So I'm not able to do that, but we can still kind of show you from this view that there's a possible tornado that we have to watch south of Ardmore. Again, if there's any significant rotation with this, we will see it. We're just not having that at the moment. And then kind of your next area is gonna be over near northern Oklahoma. So that's something else that we're keeping an eye on. I'm gonna look at chat real quick. get a general idea of everything that's going on. If there's any questions, of course. There's really not much of anything. But, guys have any questions, go ahead and drop those in there. We'll take a look at it when I can. Um, Warranting we don't have anything too active. We do have some environmental soundings I want to kind of look over real quick that give me an idea of what the environment is capable of. Um, so we're gonna see here. We'll take the browser, so you guys can also see. So you're not just looking at radar. So once the site decides to update, we can kind of check what this is. So probably looks like a lot of mumbo jumbo, but essentially it's what I have been saying, and I want you guys to listen very closely. If we remove this little layer of dry air, storms will be able to go severe and we will still have the potential of significant tornadoes. Even if at the moment we're going to take this out unfiltered or whatever, even at the moment, there's not any storms near Oklahoma City, near Stillwater, near Purcell, near I-35, near I-44. It's only going to take that one storm to get it going, and it could possibly do something. And the one will be near Hydro that we're possibly watching over near there. And you guys can see that because I have it set it up a different way, or have it set up rather a different way. But you kind of get the point that you don't have anything in the metro right now, or you don't have anything around the area, but you get that one storm, and it's going to be able to go with an environment profile like this. I'll have to come back to there in a second, but few other things we look at. This is the instability product. This is what storms need to really thrive out in these atmospheres, or out in the atmosphere rather. And we kind of have a good amount of it, but I think there's some sort of low-level capping inversion that is evident on here that is preventing this from happening. But you get something to really get it stirred up, and trust me, it will go. But real quick, before we go back to the automated radar and wait for more warnings, I want to talk about what to do in a tornado, okay? We've said it before, but I think it's very important to reiterate what to do since some may not, but I know all of my Oklahoma folks, or most, know what to do. But if you don't, the entire idea of this is you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So you don't want to be near an exterior room. You don't want to be in the upper levels, or near the second or third story. What we always say is lower levels, which one you want to do. Rather, you don't want to be outside, of course, obviously. Um, and you want to have some sort of whistle. You want to have some sort of helmet, because it's been found in studies that if you unfortunately are hit by the tornado, that will save your life if we do have that happening, unfortunately. And if you're driving, what you're going to want to do, if you're in that warning, pull off to some sort of convenience store. Don't go under overpasses. That's a big myth that hopefully we've gone over enough so you don't want to be under that overpass. And mainly just lower level interior rooms. That's what you need to do. And in terms of warnings, we have a watch in effect. That means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. We have that in effect for the metro and surrounding areas. Warning means there's actually a storm that's been spotted or could do something, and then that tornado emergency means that this is on the ground and it's large and potentially violent. So that's kind of everything we have at the moment. Again, last look at the storms. South Metro, really have nothing over towards the west. Little storm near Hydro. If that does anything, we'll be right back on here talking about it. We'll take one more look at the storm that prompted us to come back on here near Anthony that possibly produced something. And looks like it's a lot more broad. Let's go back to, if I can get my controls here, let's go back to the storm relative velocity. Maybe a little bit of rotation. We'll stay with this for one frame here, and if it tries it, we will stay with it. There is a wall cloud reported. I'm just not thinking it's doing all too much at the moment, which is good here. So again, if you guys have any questions, go ahead and drop them in there, and we'll be sure to take a look at them. But there's just not a whole lot Fortunately, that's happening. New scam there. I mean, definitely some strong winds if you're along 14 or State Road 2, so kind of near the Anthony area. I'd definitely be on the lookout for it, of course. So I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead, look over some more data. If there's anything that warrants it, I'll cut back in here. But for right now, we'll put back on the music and go back to the automated radar. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll keep you advised.
Hello. Hello. Wow. This is crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Y'all not here?
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.